All right, good morning, everybody. Today I'm going to be doing a full analysis of Dave Farina's video about Destiny, titled Destiny Loves Genocide. Last night I did a transcript fact check of the video, and that resulted in Dave getting a pretty poor mark with regards to the things that were shared as facts in the video, and with regards to the facts that seem to be just blatantly incorrect. So today we're going to do a full watch through analysis. I want to make sure we do a as thorough of analysis kind of series on this video as we can. And I'm just going to make sure the stream's running. I'll share this quickly and then we'll get into it. This is not a repeat. You are the first, Sandman. Let me just make sure this is working here. All right. Good morning, everybody. Just going to share on X and on Discord really quickly here. We're going to do the full watch through analysis. This is going to take a while. Welcome back, everybody. All right. Someone said Shilstany is a genocide supporter, though. Well, Destiny doesn't believe that, seemingly doesn't believe that it is a genocide that has occurred in Gaza. But he might change his opinion on that. Like if the international court, when they eventually give their decision on this, the question will be, will Destiny change his mind if the international court comes back and says, yes, there has been a genocide did occur? Is he going to agree with that or not? I, for one, would agree with that. But yes, we did a fact check of the transcript last night, and today we're going to do a full analysis walkthrough of the video. Let's just make sure. I just want to make sure the audio is coming through for the video itself. Let's grab it here.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science.
Okay, perfect. I think we are good to go. Let me just quickly share on X. Okay, rock and roll.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews. In it, he's reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again, in passing, his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway, science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics.
So right off the bat, I think Professor Dave, he should be attacking arguments and not the person. Calling people disgusting is low resolution. It's you know, minimizing people to their ideas. People's ideas change all the time. There are things Dave says about others that would cause them to call Dave disgusting or to call him names. And I think becoming, you know, a high resolution thinker, you know, a competent contributor to maximizing well-being for oneself and those around them. By well-being, I mean physical, mental, and social health. You need to give people your full moral consideration. And I think this era of, you know, bullying people, attacking people in this way, calling them disgusting, calling people Nazis, you know, this stuff needs to go the way of the dodo. It needs to end. It's not setting a good example for people of how to treat others that they disagree with. And some disagreements are horrible. There are people out there that hold ideas that you detest. That's the reality of the human condition. But just because they currently hold ideas that you detest does not mean they are disgusting. Those ideas are disgusting, but the person shouldn't be viewed as disgusting. This is where, you know, demonization of people, I think really turns people immoral in that they stop thinking that that person is worthy of your moral consideration, and you feel licensed to just attack them personally for currently being incorrect about a position, even if it's, you know, about something you care deeply about. Like, there are so many people out there that think I'm going to hell, for example, or, you know, this other person's going to hell because they haven't accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. I think that's a disgusting idea, but I think it's immoral based on my standards of wanting to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. And I think the good life is grounded in that. I think it's immoral to minimize people in this way, calling them disgusting, simply because they're wrong about things. If Daryl Davis, the man who, goes into the literal belly of the beast, the KKK, and is able to have good faith, helpful, communicative engagement with, KKK members who literally think he is, less than them, and literally disrobe, hundreds of them in the history that Daryl Davis has been doing this, then other people can find the patience to deal with ideas that they detest in a way that is consistent with the maximization of well-being, with maximizing flourishing. I don't think this kind of approach of attacking individuals, I don't think there's any good evidence to suggest that this furthers, the cause of someone like Professor Dave or Destiny or Hassan. So I don't like it. I don't like it when people use others being wrong about something as an excuse to bully them or to attack them. And this isn't just a critique against Dave, but it's a critique against anyone who's doing this.
Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings
What does
is
that
just
have
going
to
to
do
hasten
with
your
it?
demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that
It's hard for me to read on the screen what Destiny's calling Nazism. Oh, maybe I should up the quality here. There we go. There's no muddying the water here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche. Running the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization, and I don't. And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip.
Your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception.
So I don't think that rhetoric there is necessarily
Victimization
Nazism.
are the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly.
I mean, you can believe in people being deceptive or Zionists being deceptive or playing the victim without it relating to Nazism at all. So I don't think this is a good characterization of Dave's comment there,
behind the scenes controlling everything.
to call it Nazism. I don't think Destiny is calling Dave a Nazi, though. But, if Stephen believes that this is, the kinds of things you see with Nazism, I think there's a way to point that out without pointing at Dave's comment and saying this is Nazism or the Nazi playbook or whatever.
To deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check, basically, to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi.
No, he didn't call Dave a Nazi. He didn't call you a Nazi, Dave. There's a difference between attacking the individual and attacking the argument. People are not their arguments. People are not their ideas. We shouldn't be conceptualizing others in that way. It's a mistake. People change their mind all the time on different things or the way they frame things. But I think it's incorrect to say that Destiny was calling you a Nazi there.
Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only
So that is correct. Joe Biden seemingly lied about that, unless, it's either a lie or just like cognitive decline or whatever. But he claimed that he saw the pictures of these beheaded babies, and he didn't.
to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists,
So
since
Dave's
it's not
correct
a thing
there.
that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
So this is downplaying the actual rape that occurred
That
on
happened.
October 7th.
Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
Yeah, you can't just go by.
Hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash rapes that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood.
So there's no mention of. I'm gonna get to Dave's why Dave was actually removed, if that information is available from X. But let me pull up my information here. So, a UN mission found reasonable grounds to believe that rape and gang rape occurred at several locations, and convincing information that hostages were subjected to sexual violence. That's true. The UN also found that some individual viral stories were false, inaccurate, or unverifiable. Let's go to. I want to find Yeah, I think this is one of the most serious errors of Dave's video, just kind of like grazing by the fact that, Hamas has committed just a plethora of rape. A UN mission found reasonable grounds to believe that rape and gang rape occurred at several locations, and convincing information that hostages were subjected to sexual violence. So I think it's wrong to brush by that like that.
Claims of immense networks of Hamas.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at so the strongest explanation is Dave's pattern of violent and abusive rhetoric on X, particularly during his intense posting about Israel and Hamas. Among the statements attributed to his account were that certain people should be shot in the face, and that anyone saying October 7th started this should be punched in the face for 5 years. X prohibits threats, incitement, and expression of desire for physical harm with repeated or severe violations potentially leading to suspension. So I don't know what exact post was the final straw for Dave, but let's continue.
Bases underneath rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. Behind this,
that is true. There are confirmed cases of Palestinian prisoners being raped. This is going to take a while. We're going to be going through really slow. We're going to be moving slowly through this video. Sorry, it's a bit early. My brain's still waking up. Just want to go to the top here. Yeah, so sexual abuse and torture of Palestinian detainees. This is strongly supported by Dave, or with regards to what Dave is saying. A UN inquiry documented widespread and systematic sexual and gender-based violence against Palestinian detainees, including sexualized torture and rape allegations.
Scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
All right. Okay. What I believe is the case when we went through this last night is it wasn't just a few guns that were located. Trying to find where that. Dun, dun, dun. What's that covered? I know I had it somewhere here. I know this is going to take a long time to go through all this, but I think it's important.
Rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact.
All right, we're going to check the bases under hospitals thing. We did go through it last night, but I just want to be sure about this. I think it was the case, like, it wasn't as elaborate as the IDF thought it was, but it wasn't that there was nothing happening under, I think it was one particular hospital. What up, everyone? Make sure you take a second to smash that like button. I would appreciate it. Someone says, Pangburn, are you upset two of your favorite people fighting each other? It's not the first time, won't be the last time. All right. I will get to the hospital point in a second here.
Except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that
a few planted guns. I want to see like if that's the case, if we know that the guns were planted.
Was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed. So they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused.
It seems like there was calls to action with regards to violence that probably got Dave's account suspended. That's kind of the gist of what I'm getting. So there are going to be certain things that you disagree with or think are terrible. So let's see.
Noticed. So they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People all
like he uses Jews are the pedophiles, and you look like an Ashkenazi Jew, so it follows. So that's not a call to violence. How did the Jews get so evil? That's the questions that need to be asked. That's not a call to violence. Holocaust is a successful historical world false flag event started by Zionists to promote and justify Jew atrocity. That's not a call to violence. Wake Up UK, the Holo hoax, fake Jews. That's not a call to violence. That's just mis or disinformation. So there was credible evidence of militant infrastructure and activity at or beneath at least some hospital complexes, especially Al-Shifa, which is the big one that came up, but not evidence of, quote, bases under every hospital. So at Al-Shifa, Israeli forces uncovered a tunnel shaft on the hospital grounds leading to underground passageways and rooms. CCTV also showed armed men bringing hostages into the hospital on October 7th, and weapons were reportedly recovered inside. And I think that's where Dave's saying that the weapons were planted. I wonder why Dave believes that. It's not outlined in the video. A later U.S. intelligence assessment expressed high confidence that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad had used the hospital complex and locations beneath it for command activity, weapon storage, and holding hostages, although the underlying intelligence was not publicly released. However, Israel's initial, much larger claim, a sprawling Hamas headquarters beneath 5 hospital buildings, accessible directly from hospital wards, was not demonstrated by the publicly available evidence. A Washington Post visual investigation found no evidence connecting the tunnel system to the 5 buildings Israel originally identified. No demonstrated access from inside the hospital wards. No visible indication that the underground rooms were functioning as a major command and control center when discovered. During the second Al-Shifa raid, Israel said numerous militants had regrouped and were operating from the complex. Israeli spokesperson Daniel Hagari subsequently acknowledged that the earlier intelligence about underground operations had been wrong or incomplete, and said militants had apparently operated mainly from the hospital buildings, not the tunnels. Okay, so that part was corrected.
Rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense network.
So I don't doubt that there were people saying this stuff about Pallywood. Surely, I mean, you can pull anecdotes from the internet, or trends on the internet where people are saying the most egregious, terrible things.
Of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza.
But to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, I mean, maybe that's the case. let's check that. We're going to be taking our time today. I did do the transcript fact check last night. Surely there are some errors in that because I am a fallible human being. But we're doing a little more thorough, direct walkthrough today. And hopefully you guys stick around for it. Make sure you smash that like button. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be with you today. Okay. Let me just check. Let's remove that. There we go. So broadly, yes, but not literally in the precise form. So Israel repeatedly invoked alleged Hamas military use of hospitals as the principal justification for military operations against many Gaza hospitals, which in fact, it was found that Hamas was using Gaza hospitals, but not in the way like this underground network connecting all the hospitals together. So those allegations included command centers, tunnels, weapons, like we just talked about. Not every hospital was proven to contain a base. The UN Commission report that Israel claimed more than 85% of major medical facilities had been used by Hamas, but said Israel had not supplied evidence substantiating that sweeping figure. It confirmed a tunnel and shaft on Al-Shifa's grounds, like we just talked about, but could not independently establish military use of them or find a military presence in the particular departments shelled during the November 2023 operation. OHCHR documented at least 136 strikes affecting at least 27 of Gaza's 36 hospitals through June 2024, not all 36. By May 2025, WHO said at least 94% of Gaza hospitals were damaged or destroyed, meaning nearly all, but still not necessarily every one. An attack does not necessarily mean directly bombed. The documented pattern included aerial or artillery strikes, fighting on hospital grounds, raids and searches, siege and access obstruction, evacuation orders, detention of staff, demolition or burning, damage caused by nearby hostilities. The UN's total figures for, quote, attacks on healthcare include several of these categories, not only bombs dropped directly on hospital buildings. Alleged military use does not legally justify destroying an entire hospital. A hospital can lose protection only insofar as it is being used for acts harmful to the enemy and the legal requirements are satisfied. Even then, Israel remains bound by distinction, proportionality, precautions, and ordinarily the requirement to issue an effective warning. So Israel repeatedly used allegations, just to summarize, that Hamas militarized hospitals, including allegations of tunnels and command centers, to justify attacks, raids, and sieges against many hospitals. Some military use was credibly evidenced, particularly at Al-Shifa, but Israel did not publicly substantiate underground bases beneath every hospital, and not every damaged hospital was directly bombed specifically on that basis. So the details matter here. So it's not true that there was zero evidence of such bases. The hospitals were being used. Some hospitals were being used for military activity. But this idea of like this connected underground base isn't true. And that's something Dave was pointing to.
only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering, and
So, again, a few planted guns. I wonder why Dave believes that. That sounds conspiratorial.
a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
A list of terrorists that was really a calendar. There was something about that came up in the transcript fact check yesterday. All right. Let's see if I can find that. Okay. Where's the calendar issue? Okay, here we go. Let's clarify this issue again.
Bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
A list of terrorists that was really a calendar. We'll check that one.
A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was
Okay, back to the so yeah, the IDF presented seriously misidentified the document that was a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. It was a handwritten calendar, not a visible list of named terrorists. It may have been intended as some kind of schedule, but the document itself did not substantiate the IDF's claim about named hostage guards. At Al Rantisi Children's Hospital on November 13th, 2023, IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari pointed to the sheet and described it as a guardian list, claiming that each terrorist wrote his name and had a shift guarding hostages. In reality, the repeated Arabic words were simply Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, accompanied by dates beginning October 7th. No individual names were visible. The heading was reportedly Al-Aqsa flood, referring to Hamas's name for the October 7th operation, not the phrase, quote, "we are in an operation against Israel," as Hagari initially suggested. The IDF later reportedly acknowledged that a translation error had occurred. So yeah, Dave is right when he says a list of terrorists, that was really a calendar. So just to summarize, because we are going for accuracy here. The IDF presented an Arabic calendar as a hostage guard roster, incorrectly claiming that it contained terrorist names and shifts. The document showed dates and days of the week with no visible names, although its October 7th heading means it was not necessarily an ordinary hospital appointed calendar. This incident undermines the reliability of that particular piece of Israeli evidence. It, of course, does not independently prove that hostages were never held at Rantissi, or that every other item presented from the location was fabricated. Okay. I can close that window. Perfect. Oh yeah, and then there were influencers being paid to disseminate the narrative of Israel. Yes, there is documentary evidence that the Israeli government funded social media influencers to disseminate pro-Israel messaging, particularly to American audiences. So there's a lot of information on that. So that is correct.
Was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious...
Well, Dave, you can't just put the onus on other people. Did you break the rules of the platform? You can't just blame it on people dogpiling on you, right? What do you have to own in this game with regards to your behavior? Let me just fix my camera a little bit. Surely you have some responsibility, and was it the case that you violated XTOS? Maybe you don't care, but maybe we should have gotten a little more information there. And like I said, it's based on what I read, it sounds like there was some incitement of violence issues, like you were calling for people to be punched in the face and things like that. That is something that's prohibited, I believe, on that platform.
Egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites.
Using this image here, Dave, is quite terrifying. This reminds me of Nazi propaganda leading up to World War II. So, yeah, I mean, for historical reasons and for reasons of conscientiousness, for reasons of maximizing well-being for oneself and those around them, I think you should reconsider using images like this to get your message across here. It's not that image isn't going to be incredibly hurtful or offensive to just Zionists, but Jews in general. Yeah. Yeah, so I do not think that is a righteous or good thing to do.
Quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary.
No, I don't think that's the perspective.
Zionists love anti-Semites.
I mean, I think Dave's just expressing an opinion here that Zionists love anti-Semites. I don't think that's the case. This is going to take a long time today, folks, but strap in. We're only 5 minutes in to Dave's video, but I think it's important to give this the time of day.
Quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they
they cannot shoot anyone they want, steal any land. I think Israel is, has been watched very closely in their operations in Gaza by the world, and there's been good amounts of criticism and scrutiny, and they're being heavily investigated for committing a genocide. So I don't think that is true, that Israel can just do what they want.
They will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I...
So again, Dave, were you suspended for inciting violence? Like we would want to get down to the actual reason as to why you were suspended. What rules did you break on the platform? You're making it sound like you got suspended for speaking against the Israeli narrative.
Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a...
So I do think, Dave, you're misleading. I think you're misleading your audience here, to be honest. It seems like you're not being clear on why, in fact, like what you violated, right? Your account has been suspended due to the multiple or repeated violations of the X rules. They outline the rules. This account will not be restored. This case will now be closed, and replies will be monitored. So we want to get down to the actual reason. You seem to be leading your audience to believe that you were kicked off the platform because you were running against a particular Israeli narrative. And I don't think you've demonstrated that that's the case. And I think that would be conspiratorial to believe that. And again, it sounds like you were saying things on the platform like these people need to be punched in the face, and it's probably more related to that. Almost certainly not the case that there's some conspiracy to silence people of a different narrative.
Toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before...
Okay, let's read some of these. It's quite disappointing to read Dave's content. He's someone I followed for a long time, and it's disheartening to see someone who claims to be a scientist diving into conspiracy theories without taking the time to understand the actual facts. Regrettably, I've chosen to unfollow him. I mean, based on the fact check I did last night of the transcript, which again, there was a lot of things to check. Maybe there are some, mistakes in that, but in general, there was a lot of conspiratorial line drawing and thinking in that fact check. Michael D says it's so disappointing to read. Dave explains he's someone I followed for a long time, and it's a bit sad that someone who calls himself a scientist falls into conspiracy theories and doesn't bother to learn the facts. Unfortunately, I unfollowed him. I find it disheartening to read Dave's content despite being a longtime follower. it's disappointing to see someone. Yeah, this is interesting. Though I think what Dave's pointing out here is there's a bunch of these like bot copy and paste with a little bit of difference in the actual posts themselves. So yeah, I mean, shit like this happens to me on X as well. And quite frankly, on almost every other platform, where there will be this sea of comments that are strangely similar from accounts that are like brand new followers, or but I mean, yeah, that's not unique to Israel, right? Or people who support Israel. I just want to make that clear. Like, there's a lot of different people doing this for a lot of different reasons. So I wouldn't want people to walk away from Dave's video here thinking that this is like a unique, like, Israeli or Jewish thing to do. I've seen too much evidence to the contrary. What's up, everyone? Thanks for joining me this morning.
My account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's counting the hits and not the misses here, right? Surely there was a slew of different comments that didn't fit that copy and paste narrative. I think it's better to say that, yeah, there was suspicious, a bunch of suspicious comments that were very similar to one another. But surely there were people like that weren't just copy and pasting things, that genuinely were upset with Dave's stated positions on the war and the conflict, right? So we want to make sure we're not just counting the hits. We want to count the misses as well to get a holistic view of what's really going on. Ian Miles Chang says, anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Will Chamberlain says, really starting to feel like all the anti-Semitism out there is turning me into a Zionist. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Anti-Semites are turning me into Zionists. They're low IQ. Yeah, so people copy and pasting each other's information, or people are working together, or they feel similar about this issue. So yeah, there's coordination. I see it on X all the time, but again, not unique to Zionism, not unique to this particular conflict. I see all kinds of people doing this stuff on X in particular, but on YouTube, all kinds of things. I just want to make sure, a unique conspiracy towards Zionism or to, Jews or people who support Israel. I want to make sure it's not viewed as like this necessarily this unique thing. I think that would need to be demonstrated.
They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands.
Dave, why do you support Hamas ISIS massacre? But Dave, why do you support that? Dave, why do you support Hamas ISIS? Okay. I mean, it's also the case that like it takes like 2 seconds to make a new YouTube account and to comment. So I'd be interested. I think what would be the empirical thing to do if we really want to look into these accounts is like click on the account, see how if there's any distance apart from when these accounts were created. We can start doing a little investigation into these accounts. But yeah, this stuff happens all the time. But again, it's not unique to Israel. Just want that to be made clear.
thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can.
Okay. Does Israel farms to shift all right. Some Zionist leaders and institutions have knowingly courted, tolerated, or allied with anti-Semites, with those anti-Semites, when those anti-Semites support Jewish emigration, the Israeli state, or shared political enemies. There is not good evidence for the universal claim that Zionists love anti-Semites. Love implies sincere affection, while the evidence usually demonstrates strategic compatibility, selective tolerance, or mutual instrumentalization. So Herzl explicitly anticipated an alliance with anti-Semites. So in his diary on June 12th, 1895, Theodor Herzl wrote, "The anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends, the anti-Semitic countries, our allies." This is authentic. In context, Herzl believed anti-Semitic governments might support Zionism because they wanted Jews to emigrate from their countries. His logic was not that anti-Semitism was morally good, but that the political objectives of anti-Semites and political Zionists could temporarily converge. This would support the proposition that political Zionism could regard anti-Semites as useful allies. It does not establish all Zionists approved of anti-Semitism or desired Jewish persecution. Some contemporary Israeli leaders cultivate far-right allies with anti-Semitic histories. So scholars have documented the alliance between Netanyahu's governments and parts of the European and international far right. These movements sometimes present themselves as defenders of Israel while retaining historical links to anti-Semitism, Holocaust revisionism, conspiratorial nationalism, or parties founded by former fascists. A recent Cambridge study describes this phenomena as far right philo-Semitism, publicly defending Israel and Jews can help far-right actors rehabilitate themselves, attack Muslims and immigrants, and redirect accusations of anti-Semitism toward the left. The relationship became particularly visible when Israel hosted a conference on anti-Semitism attended by European far-right figures whose parties had been accused of anti-Semitism or links to fascism. Netanyahu has also cultivated relationships with nationalist leaders such as Viktor Orban, despite controversies involving anti-Semitic political rhetoric. Again, alliance is better supported than love. Some anti-Semites can support Israel for anti-Semitic reasons. So there is no logical contradiction between anti-Semitism and support for Israel. An anti-Semite may support Israel because they want Jews to leave their own country. They admire ethno-nationalist states. They see Israel as an ally against Muslims. They believe Jews must gather in Israel to fulfill an apocalyptic prophecy. Support for Israel helps them deny or conceal their anti-Semitism. The Cambridge scholarship calls this paradoxical posture far-right philo-Semitism, like we were talking about, apparent admiration for Israel coexisting with hostility, stereotypes, or exclusionary attitudes towards Jews, and so on. Yeah, I don't think so certain Zionist movements have repeatedly formed alliances of convenience with anti-Semitic actors because both sides can benefit from Jewish migration to Israel. Again, certain Zionist movements. Jewish migration to Israel, ethno-nationalism, anti-Muslim politics, or geopolitical cooperation. This demonstrates strategic convergence, not that Zionists as a group love anti-Semites. Make sure you guys smash that like button on this live stream, and welcome. If you want me to answer a particular question, you can tag me, or if you send me a super chat, I will for sure get to your question. And we are moving slowly through Professor Dave's video today. We did a much more quick general rundown of the transcript fact check yesterday. Sure. Oh, okay, good. Okay. So yeah, I don't think it's true or demonstrably true that Zionists love anti-Semites. You might want to say some Zionist leaders and institutions find it strategic to partner with anti-Semites on certain things. The question is, does Israel employ bot farms like Dave suggested in the video to shift narratives? There is strong evidence that Israeli government money was used for at least one covert social media influence operation involving hundreds of fake personas, coordinated posting, and AI generated content. Calling it a quote bot farm is reasonable colloquially, although many accounts were probably operated or supervised by humans rather than functioning as completely autonomous bots. The clearest documented case in 2024, Meta and OpenAI independently identified a covert influence operation connected to Stoic, STOIC, a Tel Aviv political marketing firm. OpenAI found that Stoic used its models to generate articles, comments, invented names and account biographies for content posted on Facebook, Instagram, X, and fabricated websites. Some accounts replied to their own material to create the appearance of genuine public engagement. The operation focused partly on Gaza, American politics, and pro-Israel messaging. Meta reportedly removed 510 Facebook accounts, 11 Facebook pages, one group, and 32 Instagram accounts linked to the network. The accounts posed as Americans and Canadians, including Black Americans, Jewish students, and ordinary concerned citizens, and posted comments supporting Israel's Gaza campaign, attacking UNRWA, criticizing radical Islam, and encouraging continued American military support. Was the Israeli government behind it? The New York Times investigation, subsequently reported by major Israeli outlets, cited campaign documents and 4 current or former Israeli officials. It concluded that Israel's Ministry of Diaspora Affairs commissioned Stoic, allocating approximately $2 million for the operation after October 7th. The accounts particularly targeted American lawmakers, including Black Democratic representatives, with messages supporting continued aid to Israel. The ministry denied the allegation, said that any claimed connection to Stoic was baseless. Therefore, the government link is supported by documentary reporting and multiple officials, but it was not admitted by the Israeli government or independently established by a court. And that's important to me, independently established by a court. You know, not that all courts are infallible, but I like when these things are, you know, put to the legal test. In general, courts tend to operate in a professional manner that cares about empiricism. Meta and OpenAI themselves publicly attributed the network to Stoic. The direct attribution from Stoic to the ministry came from investigating reporting. Okay. Yep. So Israel has funded extensive online public diplomacy campaigns, and strong documentary evidence indicates that an Israeli ministry also contacted at least one covert operation using hundreds of fake American personas and AI-generated content to influence foreign public opinion and lawmakers.
Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media.
Let's see. Okay, let's see.
Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of
Stop.
weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media.
So weaponized retaliation. Let's see what the goals and the evidence is of StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission. You know what they do.
I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity.
Okay, and I wanna see their justification as to why they named Professor Dave Anti-Semite of the Week. All right, Stop Anti-Semitism describes itself as a U.S. advocacy organization whose mission is to identify and expose individuals, institutions, and organizations engaging in anti-Semitic rhetoric, discrimination, or conduct. It says it was founded in 2018 because Jewish communities needed a watchdog willing to name names. I mean, that's the stated purpose. I have no problem with that stated purpose. I think it's very important to expose anti-Semitism. We want to make sure that this is being done accurately. Practical purpose, its function goes beyond recording incidents. It publicly identifies alleged offenders and campaigns for consequences from employers, schools, professional bodies, sponsors, governments, and online platforms. Its own website advertises outcomes including job losses and school expulsions, arrest and investigation, sponsorship withdrawals, visa revocations, account suspensions, and public apologies. So it therefore operates as a public pressure and reputational enforcement organization. Its model is essentially identify an alleged anti-Semite, publicize the person, contact relevant institutions, seek professional or social consequences. It addresses genuine anti-Semitism, including neo-Nazism, Holocaust denial, and explicit anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, but its scope also extends deeply into Israel-Palestine advocacy. It promotes the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and frequently treats anti-Zionism, BDS activity, allegations that Israel is inherently racist, comparisons between Israel and Nazi Germany, and certain claims about pro-Israel influence as anti-Semitic. This is where the central controversy arises. Critics argue that Stop Anti-Semitism sometimes moves from identifying hatred of Jews to punishing harsh criticism of Israel or Zionism. So, yeah, with an organization like this, if they are outlining someone's, harsh criticism of Israel or Zionism, and then they use that to try and get them fired, the employer should not fire them for just, issuing for issuing harsh criticism. Someone shouldn't be fired for that. So that's on the employer. Give me 2 seconds. Quick bathroom break. Okay, I'm going to share something to the other video. So people who go to the fact check video I did last night can find this slower, more accurate run through. Here is an even more accurate live analysis. There we go. Pin. There we go. If you hear someone going crazy in the background, that is just my crazy son. Playtime. Okay. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Take 1 second to do that. That would be fantastic. All right. Let us continue. Oh, yes. So we went through Stop Anti-Semitism. Let's look at Canary. Canary Mission. So Canary Mission says it documents individuals and organizations that promote hatred of Jews, Israel. Okay, similar. It says it investigates the far right, far left, and anti-Israel activism, and gathers public information and privately submitted material into searchable profiles. It includes the same stuff: names and photographs, university and employment affiliations. Practical purpose: Canary Mission's original promotional language made its deterrent purpose unusually explicit. It warned employers that the people in its database would eventually apply to their companies and urged them to ensure that today's radicals are not tomorrow's employees. I think for organizations like this, and I would have to look deeper into these situations, but there should be a pathway to like deletion from the list, like something like a letter of acknowledgement or something like that, that would satisfy, Canary Mission or the other Stop Anti-Semitism website, where they would say like, yeah, I realized I was being insensitive to this issue. Like if someone wants to get removed from their list, I think it's always good to have like a way to reform in the eyes of the organization, so that like forever, when if someone's trying to gain employment, that they can't for the rest of their life or whatever because of some things they said on the internet regarding ideas that maybe they've even updated to this point. So some kind of pathway to redemption in the eyes of the people running these organizations. So similar, I want to know precisely why Dave was named Anti-Semite of the Week. So I'll go through that information.
Thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children.
130 more Palestinian children killed, over 15,000 Palestinian children killed total. Stop bombing children. Well, the reason why people are going to have a problem with that is because when bombs are dropped, to say that Israel is bombing children, so children, of course, horrifically, are dying as a result of of Israel's war effort in Gaza, right? It's a terrible thing. So yes, it is terrible. Save the children from dying, but there's an allegation baked in there that Israel is it can be taken from that this post that Israel is intentionally bombing children. So I can see why Israelis or people who support Israel would have a problem with that, right? It shouldn't be too hard to see. And I mean, just because Miss Rachel is a popular YouTube children's performer and educator, it doesn't mean that she can't be wrong about some of the messaging she's sharing. Yeah, I mean, you just have to try to put yourself in the shoes of someone who's Israeli and has, like, say, members of their family in the IDF, and they're involved in this very difficult task of bringing Hamas terrorists, and this is the other side, right? To try and imagine their position, trying to bring Hamas terrorists to justice for what happened on October 7th. And then you have someone posting, stop bombing children, and someone's frustrated. They're like, we are not bombing children. Children are being put at risk, by being kept in these particular areas where Hamas is operating militaristically. Like, there's going to be obvious reasons why people are going to be upset with this seeming allegation that Israel is simply bombing children. You need to be able to see why that would be a problem to people. Like, not just trying to argue, not just to argue that, oh, poor little Miss Rachel, what bad could she do, or that, maybe people are calling her evil for posting this. I don't know. They would be wrong. I think the framing is incorrect and insensitive. Someone said on YouTube, the post is not the reason she has been called an anti-Semite. Dave framed it this way. Yeah, no, I'm just commenting on this particular post. So, but I can see a problem with this post, right?
And who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters?
That's not what I don't think people are having a problem with, that she's humanizing, the people getting their
media that Israel
legs blown
stop
off.
bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these
Inhuman monsters is terrifying language, Dave. They're not inhuman monsters. They're human beings on one side of a conflict that you disagree with. To conceptualize things in this way is quite frankly immoral. You're not giving moral consideration to these people. Maybe you think they're not worthy of your moral consideration. I don't even know what Dave's articulable moral standards with regards to the good life, good, bad, right, and wrong in the world are, because he's not making them explicit. He should when you make this kind of charged, claim with a significant amount of moral weight behind it, you should articulate what metrics and standards you are measuring these people by. But dehumanization is a big problem. Someone says Miss Rachel was labeled as, and I'll investigate that. Miss Rachel was labeled as anti-Semite for liking a message under her video, "Free America from the Jews." Let me check that as well. I have a couple things to. Is this true? So why was Dave Farina named Anti-Semite of the Week? Stop Anti-Semitism named Dave Farina its Anti-Semite of the Week in January 2024 because of a cluster of posts he made after October 7th, not because of one isolated quotation. The organization summarized its case by calling him a Hamas apologist and rape denier. Their stated reasons: his response to Shani Look's body being paraded, Farina wrote, "If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck," etc. I don't get to see the rest of the tweet. So Dave Farina apparently responded to Shani Look's body being paraded. "If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck." Let me see if I can find the full tweet here. Let's see. Where's the full tweet? Oh, here it is. If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered on a daily basis under an illegal military occupation, you are part of the problem. Okay, that was the full tweet. So, I would say a highly insensitive thing to say about, this dead woman who apparently, and I don't know if Dave knew at the time, was a rape victim. And using that, like, come on, Dave, like, two things can be true. This is a horrible occurrence that has happened here. In order to be putting good and righteous things out into the world, you don't have to play this like, oh, I can't acknowledge that this is a terrible thing that Hamas has done to this woman. And you're saying if you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about thousands of innocent Palestinians. I mean, yeah, people should care about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered. If that's in fact the case. And Dave could believe the murder bit. There's a difference between murder and casualties of war, but I won't quibble about that. But the main problem is Dave should be able to see the immorality, I think, of this tweet. I think it's a problem. We got to think of, when we're putting things out into the world, we should be trying to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for ourselves and those around us. I think this is inconsiderate. It lacks conscientiousness towards those affected by the quote innocent, the quote one innocent dead woman in a truck, and it kind of minimizes her existence, right? Just an innocent dead woman in a truck. Yeah, that's a bad thing to say. It just is. Okay. So he then contrasted attention to that victim with the far greater number of Palestinians killed under Israeli occupation. Stop Anti-Semitism interpreted one innocent dead woman as callous minimization of the murder and public degradation of Shani Luke. That criticism is okay. Already went through that. Blaming Israeli policy for Hamas's existence and radicalization. He wrote, if Israel didn't dehumanize Palestinians, Hamas wouldn't exist. Let's look at this full tweet. If Israel didn't normalize Palestinians, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's the fucking point, he said. The radicalization is Israel's fault, he also said. So Stop Anti-Semitism characterized this as excusing Hamas and assigning all moral responsibility to Israel. FARINA also claimed that most reports concerning Hamas were fabricated and that the remainder amounted to less than 0.1% of what Israel had done to Palestinians. The latter wording is authentic and preserved in an archive of his post. The causal argument that occupation, blockade, and violence contributed to radicalization is not inherently anti-Semitic, of course. It is a political and historical claim. The serious problem is the near total minimization of Hamas's agency and crimes. This is according, and I think that's a problem too. Like the near total minimization of Hamas's agency and crimes is a real problem, a big problem. His categorical rejection of October 7th rape reports. So FARINA wrote, Israel is lying literally always, and accused Israel of fabricating both beheaded babies, which was true. Now, my question is, was there any demonstration of any beheaded babies? Were there any beheaded babies ever uncovered? So we'll look at the beheaded babies. God, this is a horrible thing to have to talk about. It's terrible. Okay. And rape allegations. And accused Israel of fabricating both beheaded babies and rape allegations to manufacture support for genocide. Anti-Semitism therefore labeled him a rape denier. This was one of the strongest factual objections. The viral 40 beheaded babies claim was indeed unsubstantiated. Dave was right about pointing that out in the video. And some specific sexual violence stories were later found unreliable, but it did not follow that rape allegations generally were fabricated. A subsequent UN mission found reasonable grounds to believe that rape and gang rape occurred in several locations on October 7th, and clear and convincing information of sexual violence against hostages. FARINA's categorical denial was therefore factually irresponsible. Whether such denial constitutes anti-Semitism depends upon whether it arose from hostility or discriminatory belief toward Jewish victims rather than generalized distrust of the Israeli government. The posts alone do not conclusively establish his motive. Right, and that's important. Like, this isn't necessarily evidence of Dave Farina being an anti-Semite, right? But the evidence is that the minimization or complete denial of rape is a big problem here. I just wanted to know no publicly available, independently verified evidence has established that Hamas deliberately beheaded a baby on October 7th. But there is credible Israeli forensic testimony that some remains described as babies were found without heads. So to me, when I see this, what's available, I just don't know if it's the case that Hamas beheaded any babies. Let's fucking hope they didn't. Okay, so yeah, we just did that one. Calling for the AIPAC president to receive the death penalty. So after protesters targeted the residence of AIPAC President Michael Tuchin, Farina wrote, he should be in prison with a death sentence. Farina described AIPAC as an influential lobby that kept American money flowing to Israel for genocide. Stop Anti-Semitism interpreted this as both a threat against the Jewish executive and an insinuation of Jewish control. If Dave's saying he should be in prison, this person should be in prison with a death sentence, that is not a threat against the Jewish executive. If that's all that was said, and I'll try to find the full statement. He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants over this. Okay, that was the whole thing. We missed the stop shitting your pants over this thing. So that's not, I don't agree that is yeah, I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation that this is a threat against the Jewish executive. Dave's just saying his opinion that this person should be in prison for whatever reason, and with a death sentence added. I don't think that's the threat. There is I guess there's an insinuation of Jewish control as well. I don't see that just from this statement, but again, maybe there's more information. The death sentence statement is extreme. According to them, is extreme and indefensible unless Farina could establish a capital crime through due process, which he did not. So yeah, I would want to know what capital crime, even though I think Dave's not inciting violence here. I think the death penalty is just fundamentally immoral. So we shouldn't be calling for the death penalty on anything. It's not that there aren't righteous killings. The targeting of terrorists and things like this, but it's bad to do that. The good thing to do would be to capture the terrorist, for example. The good and righteous thing to do would be to capture the terrorist, not to kill them. So the death sentence, which he did not, but the anti-Semitism argument is weaker than Stop Anti-Semitism suggested. Farina expressly distinguished AIPAC from a Jewish organization and attacked Tuchin for political lobbying, not explicitly for being Jewish. Criticism of AIPAC's influence is not inherently anti-Semitic. So again, this is not evidence of Dave being anti-Semitic. It becomes anti-Semitic when it attributes secret, uniquely Jewish, or omnipotent control of Jews collectively. Was anti-Semite of the week an academically warranted label? let's see. The cited material strongly supports these conclusions. FARINA minimized atrocities against Israeli civilians. He made sweeping, unsupported claims absolving Hamas of most reported wrongdoing. He categorically dismissed sexual violence allegations that later received substantial corroboration. He used reckless and violent language concerning an AIPAC official. That last one, I don't think there's much there. But the material Stop Anti-Semitism presented did not clearly show FARINA attacking Jews as Jews, expressing racial or religious hatred toward Jewish people, or advocating collective harm against Jews. Much of its case depended upon treating extreme anti-Israel rhetoric, anti-Zionism, and atrocity denial as manifestations of anti-Semitism. So, Dave FARINA was named Anti-Semite of the Week because Stop Anti-Semitism interpreted his minimization of October 7th, denial of sexual violence, assignment of responsibility to Israel, and death sentence remarks about an AIPAC official as hostility toward Jews and the Jewish state. His statements were frequently reckless, false, or morally objectionable, but the stronger personal diagnosis that he is a rabid anti-Semite is not conclusively demonstrated by the evidence the organization published. Yeah, I agree with that summary. This wasn't a demonstration of Dave FARINA being an anti-Semite, but it was a demonstration of Dave, minimizing atrocities against Israeli citizens, sweeping unsupported claims, absolving Hamas of reported wrongdoing, categorical dismissiveness with regards to sexual violence allegations that later received substantial corroboration. So, yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong and made some moral missteps there. Someone in the comments said Miss Rachel was labeled an anti-Semite for liking a message under her video, Free America from the Jews. So this comment by whoever it was in the comment section on YouTube is misleading, and the chronology is backwards. So Miss Rachel's Instagram account did briefly like a comment reading Free America from the Jews. She said she accidentally selected like and hide while attempting to remove it, deleted the comment, apologized publicly, and explicitly condemned anti-Semitism. The incident occurred in January 2026. So whoever made that comment on YouTube, you should update your belief on that. She made a mistake. She publicly apologized for the mistake, and explicitly condemned anti-Semitism. Okay? However, Stop Anti-Semitism had already named her a finalist for its 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year contest by December 1st, 2025, weeks before the comment incident. Its stated reason was that she had allegedly used her platform to spread Hamas-aligned propaganda through her Gaza-related posts, casualty figures, and humanitarian advocacy. After the accidental like controversy, Stop Anti-Semitism and other critics cited it as further evidence against her, but it was not the original reason she received the Anti-Semite of the Year nomination. So she had already been labeled an Anti-Semite of the Year finalist over her Gaza advocacy. She later accidentally, liked an explicitly anti-Semitic comment and apologized. Okay. We are 7 minutes and 27 seconds into the video. There are a lot of claims made. Okay. Let's go to more video.
Smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives media that Israel stop bombing children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism Leora Rez and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how
No amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough for what? For who?
tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The
I want to get this claim right here.
in the world since the Nazis, ironically. Of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world.
So we're going to do some comparisons of other quote unquote evils that have been perpetuated by other countries or states, and do a comparison and see if Dave is reasonably justified in claiming this. Again, I want to know what Dave's moral calculus is, if he can articulate that, if he's able to, and so people can better understand, what he is calling evil, what he's identifying as evil here.
Since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80%.
Well, they're not supporting genocidal activity in their view. They're supporting, a righteous attempt to hold Hamas and Hamas supporters accountable for the murders committed on October 7th, right?
Of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people.
So we went over this last night. Trying to find that Where is that? Where? I'm just trying to find that statistic. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the claim that more than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of Palestinians. This is false. So there is polling evidence, but it does not establish the stated proposition. So a 2025 Tel Aviv University survey found that 63% of Jewish respondents supported transferring Gaza's Palestinian population elsewhere. Approximately 46% supported rebuilding Israeli settlements in Gaza. Support reached roughly 80% for some propositions among respondents identifying with the political right, not among all Israelis. In the same polling, about 65% of the Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages' release over eliminating Hamas. So support for transfers, support for settlements, and support for annihilation are not interchangeable concepts. So that's just a false claim that Dave made there. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Make sure you smash that like button. Nice to see you all today. We're doing a full analysis today, working through the entire video that Dave posted titled Destiny Loves Genocide. We did a fact check of the transcript last night. So now we are working through the video claim by claim, piece by piece. And I'm providing commentary along the way. Make sure you smash that like button if it's not too much trouble.
It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life.
Okay. I wanted to check. So there doesn't seem to be good academic grounds for the precise claim that Israel is the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis. Now, this is going to depend on what Dave thinks the good life is. What is good, bad, right, and wrong in the world? What is his moral theory that he is employing? So the moral case against current Israeli state conduct is serious. In September 2025, the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry concluded that Israeli authorities and security forces had committed and were continuing to commit genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. The ICJ has imposed provisional measures, although it has not yet issued a final judgment on the merits of South Africa's genocide case. So, there is not a international court decision yet on this, but there are many credible allegations towards genocide. The devastation is not merely rhetorical. As of July 2026, OCHA continued to document military operations, repeated displacement, severe restrictions on essential services, and only about 44% of Gaza's pre-war health service points functioning. More than 60 million tons of debris had been generated, while civilian living conditions remained catastrophic. Using a well-being-based moral system like mine, there is therefore ample evidence of massive foreseeable civilian suffering. destruction of healthcare, housing, and subsistence systems, forced displacement and territorial domination, dehumanizing rhetoric from powerful officials, continued violence despite extensive knowledge of its consequences, alleged genocidal intent and conduct supported by a major UN investigation, calling many of these policies and actions bad or evil. From my perspective, are defensible. It does matter what the intentionality is here. I don't believe there is an intentionality towards genocide. At this point, I'm not convinced of that. But the dehumanizing rhetoric from powerful officials, the kinds of carnage and territorial domination we're seeing in the region, it's just awful. It's terrible. I also recognize that Hamas and other terrorists can't get away with the kinds of murders that were committed on October 7th. But at the end of the day, when the dust settles, was Israel's approach good, bad, right, or wrong? It's important in high resolution philosophy to delineate between good, bad, right, and wrong. So I don't see anything good here. It's war. There's rarely anything good about war. I mean, for the most part, I just say war is bad. It's just all bad. But there can be righteous things in war, like the United States of America and Canada's involvement in World War II, fighting back, helping to fight back the Nazis, helping to fight back Japan. So there was a lot of righteousness there. Surely there is some righteousness in the IDF's approach to bringing the evildoers of October 7th to justice. But how much wrongfulness is mixed into all of this? That is something that I'm not clear on as of yet. And I rely on, or organizations like the International Court to be better equipped to analyze and investigate wrongdoings, not just bad things, but wrongdoings on behalf of the IDF. And also, the wrongdoings of Hamas and Hamas supporters and supporters of terrorism. So the Nazi regime systematically pursued a continent-wide racial extermination project, murdering 6 million European Jews and millions of additional victims through killing centers, mass shootings, starvation, forced labor, and other methods. Several post-war regimes also present obvious problems with regards to Israel's ranking here. Mao's Great Leap Forward produced approximately 30 million excess deaths, largely through ideologically driven state policy and continued coercion despite mass starvation. The Khmer Rouge caused approximately 1.7 million deaths in fewer than 4 years through execution, starvation, and exhaustion. The Rwanda genocide killed more than 800,000 people in approximately 100 days, with more recent UN commemorations using a figure exceeding 1 million. Raw deaths, of course, are not the only measure of evil. Intent, proportionality, cruelty, duration, domination, and preventability also matter, but these cases make any confident worst since the Nazis ranking historically, I think, unsustainable. So, a more responsible way of putting this, maybe from Dave's perspective, the current Israeli government and military campaign constitute one of the gravest and most extensively documented cases of state-inflicted civilian destruction in the 21st century. There is now a serious and authoritative case that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza, while its military power and international protection have enabled extraordinary harm with limited accountability. So the statement that, the most potent force of evil since the Nazis is simply an unsupported superlative rather than an established fact by most discernible ideas of good, bad, right, and wrong in the world. There's been way worse tragedies and infliction of horror. But I don't think, Israel's hands, the IDF hands are completely clean here. And then the question is, are in any military campaign, are the hands ever completely clean? No, there are mistakes. There are problems. There can be mistakes with the overall approach to something like trying to bring Hamas to justice in Gaza. Maybe the right methods weren't employed. So intentionality does matter, but at the end of the day, Israel will have to answer to the international courts and their findings with regards to whether they carried this military objective out in a way that seek to minimize civilian casualties and other damage. So I will be very much interested and will be following closely what the verdict is from the international courts.
They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
אבל בוא נאמר...
תעשי את זה, אני מכיר אותך קצת, תעשי את זה אם תוכלי.
יכול להיות, אבל...
Gaza must be erased so that the settlers can see the sea. No, that's terrible thing to say.
בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך...
The situation needs to end. Yeah, horrible thing to say.
לגמור כמו שעבד
Horrible thing to believe.
בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ל...
Evacuating Gaza of Arabs, so that's displacement, right?
לא ערבים,
and building Jewish settlements in all of Gaza. Okay. Yeah, so this is an example of a radical, and there's a lot, genocidal about what's being said here.
בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים. זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו לא בתים.
All homes in Gaza must be destroyed. Yeah, that's there's some evil right there. Ben Gvir's rabbi, all of Gaza, all of Lebanon should be cleansed of camel riders. Yikes. Yeah, I've seen some other things by Ben Gvir's Ben Gvir himself. Yeah, it's just a horrible thing to say. Cleansing, an area of camel riders. I don't think this is, of course, like, I think these are anecdotes. I don't think this is a majority opinion. Like, I just read the statistical evidence, but nevertheless, these anecdotes are important to know that there are people out there that believe things like this. But if these anecdotes are being used to try and demonstrate some kind of like unified front, that is like the alt-right of Israel, this unified front to cleanse, Gaza and Lebanon of camel riders, that's just not true.
עם הפראים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ.
Yeah, very bad view. Luckily, this is not anywhere close to a majority opinion anywhere. So,
is I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and just swim in the sea.
Okay, for all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea. I don't know if that's a call for extermination.
Swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק.
I forgot to turn something on here. Sorry, I just needed to fix something. Okay, there. We're good.
הכל סגור, אנחנו נלחמים בחיות.
יש שלום.
Let's go back a bit.
אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מרוכבי הגמלים.
Is I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and just swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר.
We are imposing a complete siege on the city of Gaza.
אין חשמל.
There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. Yeah, what I want to know, I have a hunch, but I want to know what the data show. For how long did Israel cut off electricity, food, water, and fuel?
אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
We will eliminate everything. Yeah, that's bad language. So they're talking, a lot of the messaging I think was the messaging that I agree with, that I think is more believed and supported by Israelis, is the idea that Hamas needs to be brought to justice for the crimes of October 7th specifically. I'm trying to get some data on how long did Israel cut off electricity, food, water, and fuel. I'm not relying on my fallible memory here for the sake of due diligence for this full analysis. I don't want to speculate. There's too much of that on the internet. All right, that's taking a while, but I'll get to it.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם. מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל כן, אם הם ישלחו ילדים, ישתמשו בילדים,
Yes, including children if they send children. Yeah. That's horrible stuff. The 4-way total cutoff did not last for one single period. Let's take a look here. Israel stopped the normal entry or supply of all 4 electricity, food, water, and fuel around October 8th to 9th, 2023, but partially restored each at different times. So essential supply, water supply directly by Israel was cut off for about 7 days. All 3 Israeli pipelines were cut on October 8th. One pipeline serving eastern Khan Yunis resumed on October 15th. A second was restored around October 31st. The northern pipeline remained closed much longer. Local wells and stored water meant that literally every source of water did not disappear, but electricity and fuel shortages disabled much of Gaza's pumping and desalination capacity. Food and humanitarian supplies entering Gaza. There was 13 days. The crossings were closed from October 8th until the first 20-truck convoy entered on October 21st, carrying food, water, and medicine. OCHA explicitly called this 13 days of complete siege. That first convoy represented only about 4% of Gaza's normal daily import volume, so partial entry did not end the severe shortage. Fuel imported from outside Gaza about 38 days before the first fuel imported from outside Gaza about 38 days before the first token shipment, about 42 days before limited humanitarian fuel began entering regularly. 42 days. The first imported fuel since October 7th, 23,000 liters, entered on November 15th and was restricted to UNRWA or UNRWA aid trucks, not hospitals or water facilities. Limited daily fuel for broader humanitarian operations began around November 19th. Electricity from the grid, roughly 400 days before even one limited dedicated connection was operating. Israel halted its electricity supply and Gaza's sole power plant stopped on October 11th after exhausting its fuel, producing a full blackout. OCHA reported that a dedicated Israeli line to the southern Gaza desalination plant became operational on November 14th, 2024, the first permanent electricity connection since October 2023. This did not restore ordinary electricity to homes or most public infrastructure. By late 2025, Reuters reported that ordinary Gaza households had remained without grid electricity for more than 2 years. Although Israel supplied dedicated power to a small number of desalination facilities, much of the distribution network had also been destroyed. So later electricity deprivation resulted from both the continued cutoff and physical devastation of the grid. The clear summary: the simultaneous, nearly absolute cutoff electricity, imported food, Israeli supplied water, and imported fuel lasts approximately 7 days until one limited water pipeline resumed. Okay. After that, food and bottled water aid remained completely blocked for 13 days. Outside fuel remained blocked for approximately 5.5 weeks, and broadly usable humanitarian fuel for about 6 weeks. Normal grid electricity remained absent for years, aside from dedicated connections. Water was only partially restored and remained drastically below normal availability. There was also a second complete blockade from March 2nd through May 18th, 2025, 11 weeks, during which Israel prohibited the entry of food, fuel, medicine, and commercial supplies. Limited aid was permitted, again, beginning May 19th. Okay. I want to know what the overall well-being harm associated with these cutoffs is estimated to be. I will read that to the record once I have it.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli law.
Well, these are anecdotes, Dave. They're not enough to demonstrate like that Israel is, the most evil country since the Nazis, right? The most evil regime since the Nazis. These anecdotes are going to be convincing in and of themselves to some of your audience, which is a problem. You should be displaying also the statistical reality relating to what the polling data shows with regards to attitudes towards some of these things. Thank you for the super chat. Someone says the gallant "we are imposing a siege on Gaza" quote was dated September 10th, 2023, a month before October 7th. What the fuck? Let me look into that. Yeah, if you guys super chat me, I will investigate anything you super chat at me. Obviously, I can't trying to get through this video and I can't do every comment. So it's also a way to help support the stream. If you enjoy this kind of slow moving, detailed analysis that cares about the facts, as opposed to just relying on some fallible human memory. All right. It seems like I need to read this particular reality again about Israeli public opinion. So there is a claim that 80%, that we already went through it. I'm just going to read it again because it's really important, related to what we are seeing here with some of these terrifying anecdotes of people, seemingly supporting genocide. So 80%, the claim was 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of Palestinians. So this is false. There is some disturbing polling evidence, but it does not establish the stated proposition. So a 2025 Tel Aviv University survey found that 63% of Jewish respondents supported transferring Gaza's Palestinian population elsewhere. Approximately 46% supported rebuilding Israeli settlements in Gaza. Support reached roughly 80% for some propositions among respondents identifying with the political right, not among all Israelis. In the same polling, about 65% of the Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages' release over eliminating Hamas. In the same polling, about 65% of the Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages' release over even eliminating Hamas. So we need to get the fact straight about what we know about Israeli public opinion. Anecdotes can start steering us towards the direction that the public opinion is somehow connected to the most radical, extreme things we can find. And that's a mistake. Someone said the gallant in the super chat, by the way, thanks for the super chat, said the gallant "We are imposing a siege on Gaza" quote was dated September 10th, 2023, a month before October 7th. What the fuck? No, the quote was not made on September 10th, 2023. The apparent discrepancy is almost certainly a day-month date format error. What happened? Gallant made the statement on Monday, October 9th, 2023, 2 days after the October 7th Hamas attack. Quote, "I ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly." Nobody should ever refuse. No one should ever refer to other human beings as human animals in a derogatory way. We are all animals, by the way. Human beings are animals, but this is being used in a derogatory way, a dehumanizing way. It's a disgusting way of referring to other human beings. Israeli outlet Ynet published the statement and accompanying video that morning, timestamped October 10th, 2023 at 9:22 in Israeli and most international notation. That means the 9th of October 2023, not September 10th, 2023, like the person said in the super chat.
Lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. We're into the West Bank now. Ouch. Where is... So the claim that the West Bank is governed under apartheid. So this is a mainstream human rights opinion. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and B'Tselem have separately concluded that Israeli authorities maintain a system amounting to apartheid and persecution. Israel strongly rejects that categorization, but it is not a fringe academic claim. We'll get more on that here.
Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories.
Yeah, this is extremely bad, evil stuff to talk about Gaza being wiped from the face of the earth. And when I say evil, I just mean extreme violations to my moral metric of well-being and my moral quest of maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. This would be an extreme act of well-being minimization that I stand against.
To acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence. You have ability. There is
bring down buildings, bomb without distinction. Yeah, that's some really, really bad. This is bad, evil stuff to be saying. You have the ability. There's worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time there is no room for mercy. There's always room for mercy.
Worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you...
Yeah, this is bad and evil stuff, important to be pointing out. Yeah.
Fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is meaning to mother. 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing.
So the claim is Israel is successfully stealing parts of Lebanon. So just on the West Bank, Palestinian Authority administers some civil affairs in areas A and B of the West Bank. Israel nevertheless retains overarching authority over borders, airspace, security, movement, settlements, Area C, and much of the legal and territorial framework. So the central evidence of apartheid is the existence of two different legal and political systems operating in the same territory. So Israeli settlers are generally governed by Israeli civil law, vote in Israeli elections, and receive extensive state services. Palestinians are generally governed by Israeli military law, cannot vote for the Israeli government, exercising ultimate authority over them, and face military courts, checkpoints, permit restrictions, land seizures, and a discriminatory planning and demolition system. So settlements, another point, settlements fragment Palestinian territory while roads, land, and infrastructure are allocated unequally. Israeli policies maintain a near complete physical and juridical separation between settlers and Palestinians. In its July 2024 advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice found that Israel's restrictions constituted systematic discrimination, that is, that its policies maintained a, quote, near complete separation between settlers and Palestinians, and that Israel had breached Article 3 of the Convention of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the article prohibiting racial segregation and apartheid. The court stopped short of specifying whether the breach should formally be classified as racial segregation, apartheid, or both. So yeah, the International Court of Justice found that Israel's restrictions constituted systematic discrimination. So this needs to change. This discrimination needs to change. Israel, of course, rejects the apartheid characterization, generally arguing that differences arise from citizenship, the unresolved occupation, and legitimate security requirements rather than racial domination. But security concerns do not adequately explain permanent settlement expansion, separate legal systems, unequal political rights, discriminatory land allocation, and decades-long restrictions unrelated to individualized security threat. And we are talking about the West Bank specifically here. So in the practical sense, yes, Israel is seemingly stealing currently occupying and exercising control over Lebanese territory, but it has not legally acquired that land, and it has not yet formally annexed it. So as of July 29th, 2026, which is today, Israel is carrying out an what's called by some to be an unlawful military occupation of parts of southern Lebanon, and is attempting to entrench that control by making withdrawal conditional on Hezbollah's disarmament. Whether this becomes permanent annexation remains unresolved. So let's see. Is there evidence of territorial ambition? Yes, although Israeli leaders are not all saying the same thing. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich openly called for Israel's border to be extended toward or northward to the Litany River, an explicit proposal to annex a large portion of southern Lebanon. Netanyahu and the Israeli military generally describe their objective differently, not formal annexation, but a supposedly temporary security or buffer zone maintained until Hezbollah is disarmed. The problem is that, quote, temporary security zones can become indefinite occupations when the occupying state alone decides whether the conditions for withdrawal have been satisfied. Extensive demolition of homes, block civilian returns, permanent military positions, new barriers, and unilateral maps of an Israeli-controlled zone increase the risk that nominally temporary occupation becomes a de facto territorial seizure. Has Israel literally stolen territory? No territory has legally become Israeli. Military occupation does not transfer a sovereignty, and land cannot lawfully be acquired through force. The internationally recognized boundary remains the blue line, and the UN Secretary General has repeatedly called upon Israel to withdraw completely from Lebanese territory and respect Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Therefore, militarily, yes, Israel has successfully seized and retained control of Lebanese territory. Politically, partly it has made its withdrawal conditional and established facts on the ground. Legally, no, the territory remains Lebanese. Permanently not yet established, annexationist intent, openly expressed by some senior Israeli officials, but not yet implemented as a formal annexation by the state. So let's just double check Dave's claim here.
Mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But
I don't think it's correct to say it's currently successfully stealing. I think the details I just read are well-founded. They come from the United Nations. That's not to say they're infallible. Yeah, so I don't think it's true that they are successfully stealing Lebanese territory. There is an occupation, though.
But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles.
Yeah, that's a really bad, evil thing to say. Then we see another one here. Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. The enemy is not Hamas, nor is it the military wing of Hamas. Every child in Gaza is the enemy. Yikes. Terrible.
Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child, toddlers, babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
No, that's wrong. They are misled. They are morally incorrect here. They are wrong and bad for believing and saying these things, but that doesn't mean they're monsters. They're human beings worthy of your moral consideration, but they are wrong. But when Dave makes these moral assessments, he should take the time to articulate, partly for assisting in the education of his audience, his own moral stance, his moral metrics, how he comes to these conclusions, how he measures good, bad, right, and wrong in the world.
There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide.
Database of Israeli incitement to genocide, 500 plus statements and incitement by decision makers, army personnel and officers, legislators, journalists, influencers, former government officials. What I want to do is I'm going to screenshot this. Ah, damn it. I suck. So the 500 plus statements and incitements, again, aren't evidence that this is Israeli policy, that there's that there's an Israeli policy to genocide. 500 plus statements does not necessarily encapsulate what people's opinions are or what the government's stated objectives are, or intentionality is. But I'm curious into looking into the database of Israeli incitement to genocide.
Instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly.
He's talking about these specific people who are saying things like, we will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. Terrible thing to say. We are dropping hundreds of tons of bombs on Gaza. The focus is on destruction, not accuracy. Horrible thing to say. Now, there is only one goal, Nachbar, which apparently means expulsion of the Palestinians. I'm going to also screenshot this. There's a lot of information here. Just going to make sure that these are accurate. So what is true with regards to the database of Israeli incitement to genocide? The advocacy organization Law for Palestine launched a database on January 4th, 2024, stating that it had collected more than 500 publicly available statements from government decision makers, legislators, military personnel, former officials, journalists, and influencers, members of the public. Those categories match the screenshot. The entries came from public speeches, interviews, television appearances, and social media posts. The underlying phenomena is not invented. Amnesty International independently examined 102 statements made between October 2023 and June 2024 that dehumanized Palestinians or called for justified genocidal acts or other crimes. Amnesty identified 22 statements by senior officials directing the offensive that appeared to call for or justify genocidal acts and treated them as direct evidence relevant to genocidal intent. The ICJ also took specific notice of statements by senior Israeli officials, including Gallant and Herzog, and ordered Israel by a 16-1 vote to prevent and punish direct and public incitement to genocide. That was a provisional measure order, not a final determination that all the cited speakers had committed the crime. I'm glad the ICJ weighed in on that. A subsequent UN Commission of Inquiry went further in 2025, concluding that certain Israeli officials had directly and publicly incited genocide and that their conduct was attributed to the Israeli state. That finding still does not validate every item in the 500 entry collection. So what is potentially misleading? The database does not establish that all 500 plus statements are legally proven instances of incitement of genocide. Law for Palestine itself describes the collection more broadly as containing both incitement to violence and genocidal incitement. It categorizes entries under themes including genocidal intent, forced displacement, collective punishment. Those categories overlap, but they are not legally identical. Under international criminal law, direct and public incitement to genocide is a particularly narrow offense. It involves publicly and directly provoking others to destroy a protected group with the necessary intent. Dehumanizing speech, support for forced displacement, collective punishment rhetoric, or celebration of destruction can be highly relevant evidence without every statement independently meeting that criminal threshold. The database also includes statements by private citizens, journalists, and influencers. These may reveal a broader social climate, but they are not equally probative of Israeli state intent. Statements by a prime minister, defense minister, or operational commander carry much greater legal weight than a random social media post, of course. So I have no problem with, so long as we're accurately recording this kind of information, I think it's a good service. And people should also be making sure that what what's in the database of Israeli incitement to genocide is factually correct. So it is true, a genuine database collected more than 500 relevant statements and numerous independently verified statements by senior Israeli officials provide serious evidence of genocidal intent or incitement. We'll see if any of this weighs in when the ICJ finally makes a determination on whether there has been an actual genocide carried out in Gaza. So what's not established that every one of the 500 plus entries is accurate properly contextualized and legally constitutes direct or public incitement to genocide. So it's kind of like what some of the other sites are doing to kind of collect information and make arguments as to why, this person shouldn't be hired because they're engaging in anti-Semitic remarks on the internet. So these 8 statements that were put up, all 8 quotations are rooted in real statements. None appear fabricated. Okay. So only the Gallant card here, which is at the bottom right, is apparently is the only one that's close to a clean verbatim quotation. The others are translated, shortened, stitched together, or stripped of relevant context. So let's look at Benjamin Netanyahu's "We will turn Gaza into an island of ruins." So it's a real phrase, but materially broadened. Netanyahu's fuller statement was approximately all the places where Hamas is deployed, hiding and operating in, that wicked city, we will turn into an island of ruins. He then told Gaza's population to leave those places because Israel would act everywhere. The card replaces the qualified object, places where Hamas operates, with Gaza as a whole. The address was delivered on October 7th, local time, although some broadcasts and reports were dated October 8th. Daniel Hagari, the quote is, "We are dropping hundreds of tons of bombs on Gaza. The focus is on destruction, not accuracy." This is substantially authentic, but it's not verbatim. So contemporary translations render Hagari's statement as, the emphasis is on damage, not on accuracy, or while balancing accuracy with the scope of damage, right now we're focused on what causes maximum damage. The reference to hundreds of tons of bombs was part of the same general briefing, but the card that Dave's using here presents a polished English composite. Destruction is stronger than the more literal damage. Ariel Kalner, now the quote is, "Now there is only one goal, a Nakba in Gaza that will dwarf the Nakba of 1948. So authentic core, it's abbreviated. So his fuller tweet was, "Nakba to the enemy now. This day is our Pearl Harbor. We will still learn the lessons. Right now, one goal, Nakba. A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48. A Nakba in Gaza, and a Nakba for anyone who dares to join." The parenthetical expulsion of the Palestinians is the graphics creator's explanatory gloss, not Kalner's wording. So the parenthetical, okay. And this is for Kalner. Oh, okay, yeah. Expulsion of the Palestinians in parentheses there. Yeah. Ezra Yashin, "Wipe out their families, their mothers, and their children. These animals must not be allowed to live any longer." Substantially accurate translated excerpt. The available translation is even longer. "Don't leave a memory of them. Erase them, their families, their mothers, their babies. Those animals should not be alive." He continued by advocating killing armed Arab neighbors and destroying homes. Translation variants use children or babies and wipe out or erase. He was an elderly veteran brought to motivate the troops, not a serving operational commander. But yeah, just evil things to be saying, right? Even if you're rallying the troops. May Golan, I want to tell the world I don't care about Gaza. They can go swimming in the sea. The core is authentic but edited and incompletely contextualized. The documented wording is, I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care at all. They can go and swim in the sea. I want to see dead bodies of terrorists around Gaza. The card changes, quote, at all to about Gaza, omits the final reference to terrorists, and the introductory, I want to tell the world clause is less securely documented than the rest. Golan has subsequently been confronted with the I literally don't care quotation and did not deny having made it. Okay, 3 more here to get through this. How far are we in the video? 12 minutes. We're cooked. Okay. We're getting there. Well, this can be. Okay, Isaac Herzog. It is an entire nation who are responsible until we break their backs. So this is authentic piece stitched together. Major context has been omitted. So Herzog said it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. Later in the answer, he said Israel would fight until it breaks their backbone. The graphic compresses separated passages. In the same appearance, Herzog also said there was, quote, no excuse for murdering innocent civilians, and that Israel would observe the laws of war. That qualification does not erase his collective responsibility statement, but it matters when presenting the quotation academically. Tali Gottlieb, Jericho missile, doomsday weapon, Gaza to be smashed and razed without mercy. Authentic substance, but a composite of separate posts. On October 9th, she wrote, Jericho missile, strategic alert. Before considering bringing in forces, doomsday weapon. This is my opinion. In another post, she called for shooting powerful missiles without limit, crushing and flattening Gaza, and acting without mercy. Without borders is an awkward mistranslation of without limit. The card combines at least 2 posts into one quotation. Yov Gallant, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Gallant said on October 9th, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Some translations also include water. The words are authentic. Gallant's defenders argue human animals referred to Hamas. Critics note that it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're referring to Hamas here. We should not be referring to other human beings as human animals, even if they've done the most morally egregious things. It lessens our moral aptitude. It's kind of reminds me of like an eye for an eye morality when we're allowing, other people's egregious behaviors to dictate our foundational moral standards and the good and righteousness we want to promote in the world. So 0 out of 8 of these are completely fabricated quotations. 1 of 8 are essentially verbatim. They all seem to be mostly authentic. 3 of them are decontextualized, the Netanyahu one, the Herzog one, and the Gottlieb quotation. Okay.
desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or what.
Well, yeah, you get human animals, but Dave, you're calling them out for using human animals, but you're calling people, inhumane, disgusting, all kinds of things you've been labeling, others involved here that's dehumanizing.
Whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people, just like the Nazis did to the Jews.
Yeah, you're drawing a line here. They are saying these things to justify the extermination of an entire people. I think you could confuse your audience into thinking that what these people are saying is necessarily directly tied to the operations and actions of the IDF. That hasn't been established. The connection. We're missing a line there.
Justify the extermination of an entire race of people, just like the Nazis did to the Jews.
So that is mind reading. You're saying that the reason why they're saying this is to justify a complete extermination of an entire people. Now, maybe some of these people, you could make a strong case for that in what they said. Yeah, I don't see, if you're calling for full destruction of Gaza, that also doesn't necessarily, let's say you're calling for full destruction of Gaza because you want Hamas uprooted, and then someone was to say to that person, so you want to kill all Palestinians, including children. It's like, no, I want to mitigate the casualties of innocent people, but Hamas needs to pay. That's the most common. I think that is a steel man of what a lot of people are going to say in response to you saying, they're just using this as a justification to annihilate an entire people.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either. And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man. You can't be serious. You just gotta you gotta have some moral culpability here, for putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis. Like, that is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of the Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful. Deeply shameful. You cannot equate these things. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you are saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap you know better than You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again, and you think this is at all justified in the industrialized murder and Holocaust of 6 million Jews. Like this is literally at the level of anti-vax pseudoscience. This level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw, pseudoscientific. Like, we're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann, figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps. Starting off with, massive pits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties, and this gave rise to, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way. You might just be drastically ignorant on what you're saying. And fine, fair enough. But if you are truly lensing this situation in Gaza like you are lensing Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, you've lost the plot, man. Just because you see some similarities in some of the rhetoric and that, and you feel justified to put up and these are anecdotes, by the way, and you have access the same way I do to the statistical realities of the opinions of the Jewish people, the Israelis. And you neglected to point that out here. That's a real shame. It's upsetting. Someone just said they have enclosed them in and bombed hospitals and safe zones. What the fuck, bro? So what do you think the intent is behind bombing some of the hospitals that were bombed? Do you think it's just because they want to bomb hospitals to eliminate a race of people? Or are there military operations happening within those hospitals? I'm not saying the IDF has been perfect. And in fact, they might be found by the ICJ to have committed a genocide here. But I don't think that there's any good evidence to suggest, and maybe that will come up, that the genocide that's been committed, if in fact that's what the ICJ finds, was intentional. And I guess, the intent my understanding of genocide from the international court perspective is that intent needs to be demonstrated. I just don't see how that's going to be demonstrated, that there's been an intent for genocide. And maybe it will be demonstrated. Nate says, but you can draw parallels. No? You can draw parallels, but putting up the Israeli flag when Israelis do not support, by way of the polling data we have, the things that Dave is pointing to in this video, and putting up the Israeli flag and saying equals Nazis or Nazism, that's fucking unhinged. That's unhinged.
The actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality that they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה...
I am personally proud of the Holocaust of Gaza, and that 80 years from now, they will tell their grandchildren what Jews did. I'm going to see how accurate this translation is. Sometimes these translations, well, as we've already found out today, can be lacking important context. Not to say that this one is, but necessarily, but... All right. I'm checking out to see if this translation is accurate. So this translation says, I am personally proud of the Holocaust of Gaza, and the 80 years and that 80 years from now they will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. The Israeli Minister of Social Equality, they whine about how they suffered a Holocaust but then commit one themselves. This is someone's opinion, I think, after they whine about how they suffered a Holocaust but then commit one themselves and then brag about it. Zionists are pure fucking evil. I'm just reading this video caption here.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves.
So we're starting to get into overgeneralization here. You can ask the soldiers themselves. Obviously, anecdotes from a collection of soldiers who have done wrong or said bad things, or what does not apply to all other soldiers. Okay. So we do have a false translation here. Let's go back.
Pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
Okay, so this, we're seeing a partly true statement here, but the most inflammatory word in the graphic, Holocaust, is a false translation. So May Golan did not say, I'm personally proud of the Holocaust of Gaza. She said in Hebrew, I can't read Hebrew, that means I am proud of the ruins and destruction of Gaza. The Hebrew word for Holocaust is Shoah. She did not use it. Her own archived X post preserves the Hebrew wording. What she actually did say, I am proud of the ruins of Gaza. Every baby, even 80 years from now, will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. So she's talking about the ruins of Gaza. I don't think it's a good or righteous thing to be celebrating. Even if you believe this is a righteous thing to see these ruins because of what has happened in these relations and with regards to October 7th, you shouldn't be proud of bad things. Sometimes some bad things are necessary, and in this case, she would believe that this is a necessary bad. So something like, I don't relish the ruins of Gaza. I hope this will provide a renewed platform for a non-terroristic regime to take over in Gaza and turn it into a place of prosperity, something like that. But this propaganda I see here is this graphic is squeezing in the word Holocaust. And then this person, whoever made this, said they whine about how they suffered a Holocaust, but then commit one themselves and then brag about it. Zionists are pure fucking evil. Dave should check this stuff. The same way he would really scrutinize and check every little detail with regards to vaccine information, right? Good medical information that he would share with his audience. He should be checking this stuff as well. So, yeah, that seems to be just blatant propaganda. Yeah, Don in the comment section says it's a big difference between Holocaust and destruction. Yeah, 100%. The Bears, thank you so much for the super chat. Says a contortionist, the way you bend your back for them. Who's them? The Israelis. I'm going through the facts of the situation here, and I'm also giving my normative feelings about the content of this video. Yeah. Can you imagine someone saying there's no difference between Holocaust and destruction? Yeah, you're saying a contortionist in the way you bend your back for them. Them, you might mean Israelis. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm a moral well-beingist, and I'm giving you my moral well-being calculus with regards to what I'm interacting with here today. And I'm trying to disseminate fact from fiction here.
התגאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my $7,000 check from Israel, by the way.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We are looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
So maybe I killed a girl that's 12, but maybe she has a baby. Yeah, these are horrible things to be saying. Really bad discipline by the soldiers. Async Network says, you going to fact check Destiny's commentary on Dave's Avi Loeb debunk? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Someone said, Pangburn, have you gone through the comment section and seen the quality of Dave's replies? Bro is unhinged as fuck. No, I have not. In fact, that just reminded me. Let me check through my email. Yeah, so I tried to get Dave to agree to debate Stephen. He turned it down. I also said that I think we could raise $1 million in support of Palestinian children with an event like that. People do this all the time, by the way. They do different kinds of events, personal appearances, and things like this to raise money for important causes. I recently told Hassan that I think an appearance with him and Destiny on the same stage for an event, we could raise $5 million for Palestinian children, which I think is an amazing cause to try to raise money for. And you wouldn't believe some of the comments, like, you're withholding that $5 million just to get some entertainment out of it? No, that's not what it is. It's like there are charity fights that happen all the time. There are all kinds of events that are done in the name of raising money for charitable causes. And that's what I'm trying to do in the live speaking world. These people have huge platforms, and we could be raising money to actually, tangibly help some people in need in Gaza, or specifically children. So, I think we could easily raise $1 million for a appearance. It looks like I have some new email from Dave here. But I think we could easily raise $1 million for that, and we could raise $5 million for Palestinian children with a Hassan and Destiny event. And I think we could probably. Someone says it's pretty gross. I don't think Israel is. It's pretty fucking gross still. Why is it gross? You think it's gross to raise money for? Maybe you're not responding. You think it's gross to raise money by bringing people together to have a conversation? Bringing people together to have a conversation about world issues to raise millions of dollars in funds that would support Palestinian children. How's that gross? I just got to read this. Dave sent me a paragraph here. Well, he didn't like my my fact check video last night. He said I misquoted him a ton, calling things conspiracy theories. Yeah, I think there are some conspiracy theories in Dave's video. Yeah, I last night was all about just running the transcript from your video, Dave, through my my Pangburn AI system, and reading through that and also giving my commentary. But I had watched the video beforehand. But today was my plan to do to do a full analysis like I'm doing today. Been accusing me. Yeah, I didn't show any of your video, Dave. Thank you for the super chat. Someone says, Dave Farina, you must think I'm Persian the way I ran. Dave's not happy with my friend accusing him of anti-Semitism using ridiculous logic. That's what I think that's in reference to you, Don Don, if you're still there. He doesn't like that I'm platforming Destiny at all. Because of targeted harassment. I don't know. Does Destiny engage in targeted harassment of people? I mean, if Destiny does engage in targeted harassment of people, I would implore him not to do that. I mean, it might even be illegal to do that. Dave said I fixated on him using the word Nazi in a way I didn't like, while ignoring the fact that Destiny literally accused me of Nazi rhetoric. I mean, I think I said last night that nobody should be doing this, and I mean, this, you obviously sent this at 2:30 a.m. Yeah, I mean, I don't like how people throw around Nazi and Nazism and comparing Israel to Nazis in the way that you did in the video here. Atole! There's a truck that drives by. I live in Oaxaca, Mexico, and they sell atole, and it's it's so good. It's kind of like oatmeal in like kind of a brown sugary almost hot drink. Oh, it's so good. This is all leaving a sour taste in Dave's mouth. Dave says, and the fake charity you offer, that I still care about Palestinian kids, even though I won't show up for an imaginary $1 million you claim you could raise, is just really ridiculous. Dave, we could easily raise $1 million between our 3 platforms for you and Destiny to get together for a debate about this. I mean, just do the math. Like, we're talking about like if we live streamed it, if we, all of our things together, I mean, we would exceed $1 million in support of Palestinian children. Come on. It's not a fake offer. I've successfully raised a lot of money for charity in my career. And we continue to do it at Pangburn. Philanthropy is a big part of what we do and what I'm passionate about. So it was not a fake charity offer, by the way. And then he says he won't be able to work with me moving forward. Okay, Dave, that's your prerogative. Dave and I were planning to do a little tour that he was agreeable to. That's too bad. Why can't we disagree with each other, critique each other, call each other out, and still continue to work together. Makes no sense to me. Doesn't seem like something mature adult human beings, it doesn't seem conducive of maximizing well-being for ourselves and those around us. Whenever I do any kind of video, a critique, a fact check on something that Dave does or anyone else, I'm going to make mistakes. It's going to happen. I'm a fallibilist. Fallibilism is the first Pangburn virtue. And I try to remind people as much as I can that we are all fallibilists. We don't need any mentions of certainty in order to achieve knowledge. And more colloquially, fallibilism is about remaining open to update. So I think I'm upset with that kind of posturing and that kind of response by Dave. Oh, that's too bad. Someone saying criticizing someone for proving Israel is committing genocide is not something conducive to a healthy work environment. That's false. It's healthy to be able to criticize each other where we disagree on things. It hasn't been determined by the International Court that Israel has in fact committed genocide, and they are best suited to make that determination. And I will trust and believe their determination when they make it. It's not enough for me to have human rights organizations making this determination. I want a professional court to assess all the available information and to make a determination on that. It's the same way I handle any kind of law. And something this important, I'm not just going to commit to things that I don't feel epistemically supported enough to commit to these things. I'm currently in a state of in an agnostic state. I don't know if Israel has committed genocide. I know they have not been perfect, and the level of destruction that has happened does not seem proportional to holding Hamas accountable. So there are problems. But that doesn't necessarily mean a genocide has been committed. Man. In order to be a man of science, you have to be fallible. Fallibilism is directly connected to empiricism, to correspondence criteria of truth made primary in your epistemic standards. So, yes, I know Dave to be a fallibilist. So hopefully he can see that he might be lensing this situation here only through a negative utilitarian suffering avoidance calculus lensing. To say, your fake offer of raising $1 million for Palestinian children, for destined him to get together for a debate. That's just negative utility lensing, just robbing someone of their rational faculties, as far as I can tell. Yeah, moral well-beingists get called naive all the time. Oh, you're just naive, wanting to maximize well-being for yourself, physical, mental, and social health for yourself and those around you. You're just naive, man. The real world is definitely... I've been producing for 10 years now. I would say some of the most important intellectual discussions that have taken place in the past 10 years. And I have seen a lot of people throwing each other away out of just disagreements. if you adopt a worldview that allows you to continue friendships and continue an ability to work with others by some discernible, articulable, governing moral principles, then disagreements on particular issues are just going to mean that you disagree with people on particular issues. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue here. What was I waiting on? Okay, we just debunked this meme. And now we're looking at soldiers probably saying some disgusting stuff.
Yes. Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really?
Yes.
You guys kill children in Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
The babies is good to.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Do we know anything about this person here? Let's see if there's any information on this interview and who this person is. I love that I can use like advanced, well-constrained AI tools to investigate these images, these screenshots. Sometimes there's not any more information, but yeah, it's just a really weird thing, like a soldier with the rifle over their shoulder on Omegle or wherever they are. Anyways, I'm checking out to see if I can find any more information. But either way, whatever this person is saying is bad.
Really?
Of course.
It's okay to kill babies in Iran?
Yes, yes.
And
okay.
in Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians?
I.
Have you ever killed any Palestinian children?
I.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I.
Dave's giving a lot of airtime to this. I wish we knew like whose podcast this was. Let me check the description. Well, the description is very short for this video. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can find anything here.
שלושה אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה. ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את שלושת האובייקטים כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח ההשמדה שלנו. חסלנו אותם, יש מג ונגר, עם שתי נשקים. ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה שני ילדים בגילאים בין 10 ל-12 והאימא שלהם ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בסופו של דבר, אחרי הפקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת הצבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. אותו זמן הייתי חושבת על זה מלא עכשיו רק צוחקים על זה. לא שאפשר לצחוק. זה נהיה פשוט שם, כי זה חלק ממני.
Yeah, so these anecdotes are horrifying, right? I'm seeing if I can get. Oh, I think I found this other one. The person on the left is Hamza Sadah, a Palestinian American content creator known for video chat interviews with Israelis and Israeli soldiers. The exchange is a live stream video chat clip. Reports identify him as a questioner. Okay. The man on the right has not been reliably identified by name in the sources. Viral posts describe him as an IDF soldier, and he appears in military clothing, but clothing and his own claims are not enough to independently confirm his identity, rank, unit, or service history. The available Spanish fact check listing still classifies the underlying claim as an open, unverified case. The clip's dialogue was later rebroadcast by the Young Turks. In it, the man says killing babies in Lebanon, Gaza, and Iran is acceptable and claims to have killed Palestinian children. So yeah, people are, this was spread around. By the way, if you look at Adventist Media, which is an application that shows you where certain media outlets sit with regards to reliability and bias and things like that. The Young Turks is like worse than Fox News, like quite a bit worse than Fox News when it comes to propaganda. So people should be really, really careful when it comes to watching and getting things from the Young Turks. Just as a FYI, you can research that yourself. If I happen to be wrong about that, but Adventist Media does a really good job at sorting reliability with regards to particular platforms, content creators, etc. So the Young Turks scores very bad in my books as far as a place you should be getting factual information from. And so it looks like this person, this soldier with the gun on his shoulder, we don't know if they're an IDF soldier, but Dave's presenting it as though they are. But we can give our assessments. If they're not an IDF soldier, then what is this crazy person doing and talking about? If they are, obviously saying terrible, terrible things. If they're telling the truth as well. And then this woman's story, I'm going to screenshot this as well because, I've already found some suspect things that have been shared in this video. Let's try this one. Okay, we'll look into this graphic as well. But yeah, this woman's saying some terrible things right now. Former Jewish Israeli soldier is what's said, confesses she's murdered a Palestinian child while smiling. She's still laughing and smiling every time she remembers shooting the little child. Yikes.
סיוון, זה לא יורד. מה לא יורד, רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד, רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There
Okay, so this claim that let's go back. I need to put this down for a second there.
מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers.
Targeted and executed by snipers. So, there are some documented cases of this. So a UN Commission of Inquiry documented specific killings involving drones, snipers, and precision weapons and concluded that children had sometimes been deliberately targeted. Israel disputes the commission's conclusions. Yeah, so there is some supported evidence for in some of these documented cases. Yeah, but the universal language being used by Dave here is a problem.
מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers.
Yeah, this idea of like countless. I don't think that is supported. There have been specific documented cases though, but saying countless is misuse of language, misleading.
There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it.
Yeah, so there are anecdotes of this. I want to double check this. To see if I'm smiling, directed by the film interviews 6 former female IDF soldiers about their service in Gaza and the West Bank. The viral caption is materially misleading. Reviews of the documentary describe the relevant interviewee as an observation post operator who directed military units to CCTV and radio. During one operation, a Palestinian boy was reportedly killed accidentally. The available description does not say that she personally fired the weapon or intentionally murdered him. Her laughter also should not automatically be interpreted as pleasure. Contemporary reviews describe the woman as emotionally damaged, remorseful, and struggling with guilt. The interviewee associated with the child's death reportedly spoke about being unable to wash the feeling of blood from her hands. So, a defensible description here. A former Israeli observation soldier recounts her role in directing an operation during which a Palestinian child was accidentally killed, displaying uncomfortable or nervous laughter while discussing the event. I really want to go back to this.
מתברר שזה היה שני ילדים בגילאים בין 10 ל-12 והאימא שלהם, ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בסופו של דבר, הפעלת פקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת הצבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. אותו זמן הייתי חושבת על זה מלא עכשיו רק צוחקים על זה. לא שאפשר לצחוק. זה נהיה פשוט שם, כי זה חלק ממני. סיוון, זה לא יורד. מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
Of course, this...
Yeah, so it's really interesting that this is shared without the necessary context, right? So again, I think it's important to point this out. I'm pretty sure this is from a 2007 Israeli documentary. Again, the film interviews 6 former female IDF soldiers about their service in Gaza and the West Bank. The caption that's attached to this video that Dave shared is materially misleading. Reviews of the documentary describe the relevant interviewee as an observation post operator who directed military units to CCTV and radio. During one operation, a Palestinian boy was reportedly killed accidentally. The available description, okay. Her laughter also should not automatically be interpreted as pleasure. Contemporary reviews describe the woman as emotionally damaged, remorseful, and struggling with guilt. So yeah, I think that context is completely lost in the way that Dave presented the video here. Okay.
This is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers...
Yeah, that's absolutely terrible.
Soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children.
So there is no publicly verified IDF-wide written order explicitly saying kill Palestinian children, but there is credible evidence that some Israeli units received shoot-to-kill orders so broad that children could and did fall within them, alongside strong evidence that children were deliberately targeted in particular instances. What the evidence shows, some field orders applied to anyone. Israeli soldiers have described restricted areas or kill zones where commanders ordered troops to shoot anyone entering without first establishing that the person was armed or posed an imminent threat. One reservist described the order as everyone that comes inside needs to die, no matter who it is. Other testimony described anyone crossing a designated boundary as sentenced to death. Such wording does not expressly single out children, but it does not exclude them either. Associated Press reporting in 2026 found similarly permissive orders around the yellow line, including testimony describing the instruction as eliminate him no matter what. AP also documented shootings involving Palestinian civilians, including children, near that boundary. One investigation reported discretion to shoot women and children. A 2026 Israeli Channel 13 investigation into the IDF killing of 3 Israeli hostages reported that soldiers had been instructed to shoot all males they encountered. Regarding women and children, one soldier reportedly described the instruction as use your judgment because things happen. This is not an explicit order to kill children, but it reportedly delegated lethal discretion rather than imposing a categorical prohibition. The orders were not uniform across every unit. A different Israeli soldier told Breaking the Silence that his unit's perimeter orders were adult, male, kill. But for women and children, soldiers were supposed to use warning fire to drive them away. You don't kill women, children, or the elderly. This directly demonstrates that rules differed among commanders, or the reports have differed, right? Units, locations, and periods. It would therefore be inaccurate to claim that every Israeli soldier received the same order to kill children. A UN inquiry concluded that children were deliberately targeted. In June 2026, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry concluded that Israeli forces had deliberately targeted Palestinian children. It found children had been shot in vital organs with precision weapons, including snipers and quadruptors, and identified specific Israeli units. Oops, there we go. Identify specific Israeli units potentially responsible for particular incidents. The commission characterized the pattern as part of a deliberate strategy directed against Palestinian children and Gaza's future populations. And this was a UN inquiry. Israel, the IDF officially says its directives require distinction, proportionality, and precautions, and that troops must avoid harming civilians. It has also said that shooting the 3 unarmed Israeli hostages in December 2023 violated its rules of engagement. Okay, so it recognized that that was a violation. Those official rules conflict sharply with testimony about permissive field orders. The relevant factual question is therefore not only what the written doctrine says, but what commanders actually ordered and tolerated on the ground. I'm curious, how do these policies relate to policies? Thanks for being with me today, everyone. Make sure you smash that like button on the stream. I really appreciate it. If you want me to answer something, I will for sure answer any super chats, and I'll try to get to as many tags as I can as well. Yeah, let me take a look at what Don sent me here. OHCHR final analysis. Yeah, thanks, Don. Yeah, I would want to run all of this through my, this is a great document. I want to run it all through my fact check system as well. My thing hiccuped. Yeah, so I'm checking in to see how do these IDF military policies relate to U.S. military policies in similar situations.
And that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested to murder children, and that they're specifically ordered to do it.
Yeah, so yeah, that there were some cases in this UN inquiry. Let's see. I also want to look into this. I want to get to this comparison, but I also want to look at this particular UN Okay, so compared with official U.S. military policy, the alleged Gaza practices are substantially more permissive and legally problematic, especially if soldiers were told to fire on anyone entering a zone or given broad discretion over women and children. Under U.S. law of war doctrine, civilians may not be intentionally attacked unless they directly participate in hostilities or otherwise become lawful military targets. I want to see in June 2026, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry concluded that Israeli forces had deliberately targeted Palestinian children. It found children had been shot in vital organs with precision weapons. So the Independent International Commission found and concluded that Israeli forces had deliberately targeted Palestinian children in some instances. In Report A, HRC 62 CRP2, dated June 18, 2026, the Commission concluded that Israeli authorities and security forces had deliberately harmed Palestinian children in Gaza. Its central finding was much of the harm suffered by Palestinian children was, quote, not accidental, but intended to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as a group. It said it had reasonable grounds to conclude that these acts formed part of a deliberate strategy to destroy the future of Palestinians in Gaza by targeting their children. The Commission identified two principal forms of targeting: direct targeting, shooting children in vital organs with precision weapons, including sniper rifles and quadcopters; broader attacks using high-impact weapons against residential buildings, schools, and displacement camps known to be crowded with children. The accompanying official press release stated that Israeli authorities and security forces had deliberately targeted Palestinian children, resulting in genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes in Gaza, war crimes in the occupied West Bank. It further said that deliberate targeting of children was a key element supporting its finding of genocidal intent. Specific units identified. The Commission said there were reasonable grounds to believe that particular Israeli units may be responsible for identified incidents, including KFIR Brigade, drone strike killing brothers aged 9 and 10, for the 401st Brigade, and Shayatet 13th, grenade and shooting attack against a family inside a house, 401 1st Brigade, killing Hind Rajab, members of her family, and 2 ambulance workers. 98th Division shooting 2 brothers, including a 15-year-old carrying a white flag. Unit 888 Refame quadcopter shootings injuring a 10-day-old baby and a 4-year-old girl. 99th Division sniper shooting of an 8-year-old boy. Several West Bank territorial brigades allegedly responsible for shooting or drone striking children aged 2 to 14. The wording "may be responsible" is important. The Commission was identifying units for further accountability proceedings, not issuing criminal convictions against every member of or commander. What the report did not establish: the report did not claim to have uncovered a written nationwide order saying kill Palestinian children. Its conclusions were inferred from investigated individual incidents, precision shots to children's vital organs, repeated patterns across locations and units, methods and weapons used, attacks on places heavily populated by children, continuation of killings after the October 2025 ceasefire, attacks on hospitals, schools, and infrastructure necessary for children's survival, the larger context of destruction and genocidal intent. So how official is this UN opinion? This was an official UN Human Rights Council Commission of Inquiry report, not merely a statement from an individual UN expert, but it was not a judgment of the International Court of Justice. a criminal conviction by the International Criminal Court, a Security Council determination, resolution representing the unanimous opinion of all UN member states. The evidentiary standard was reasonable grounds to conclude, which is a serious investigative threshold, but lower than the criminal standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Surely this stuff is going to be adjudicated at the ICJ level, which it should be. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be investigated thoroughly. Israel's response to all this: Israel officially rejected the Commission's report, describing it as biased, methodologically defective, and reliant upon unverified or Hamas-linked information. Israel maintained that its objective was defeating Hamas and that it sought to minimize civilian harm. The Commission reported that it had sent 13 requests for information or access to Israel and received no responses. It also noted that its previous reports separately found that Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups committed war crimes and crimes against humanity against Israeli children, including killings, mistreatment, and abductions. So, yeah, Israel's denying this. The UN Human Rights Council Commission has made a conclusion here. So I think it's up to the ICJ to run this through court. I think it's important enough that this needs a thorough investigation. Resources should be spent to thoroughly investigate this. Okay. Where are we at now? God, we haven't played any video for a while. We're at the 17-minute mark.
While officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want.
Let's go back. Sorry.
Allowed to ignore the direct when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They
So Dave's claim is that Israeli soldiers and officials justify this behavior by appealing to being the chosen people, when really it might be the case that some justify this behavior in that way. But when we start saying things like Israeli soldiers and officials, generally, completely out of line. I'm just okay. I'm gonna check that claim. Like, I wonder where that's coming from with Dave. Is this Dave's speculating on how they justify this? It would be better if Dave was saying, like, these particular people have justified this by, appealing to a higher power or appealing to being the chosen people, and then giving some examples. I don't know if he
state
offers
this
some
openly
here.
all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't
Israeli government said in the document that it is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. So let's see. Do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this behavior by appealing to being the chosen people? Some Israeli soldiers, settlers, and officials do use religious nationalist ideas resembling chosenness to rationalize domination, territorial seizure, or extreme violence, but there is no verified official IDF policy stating that Palestinians, much less children, may be killed because Jews are the chosen people. Netanyahu's invocation of Amalek. Benjamin Netanyahu repeatedly told Israelis and soldiers to remember what Amalek did to you. In the biblical account, Israel is commanded to erase Amalek's memory. This is the slaughtering of the Amalekites, right? Another closely associated passage orders the killing of men, women, infants, and livestock. South Africa argued before the ICJ that soldiers subsequently demonstrated how they understood the reference by singing "There are no uninvolved" and to wipe off the seed of Amalek. This was evidence presented by South Africa, not a factual finding entered by the ICJ, but the video of the soldiers was real enough to become part of the proceedings. Yeah, it's not that there aren't officials or some soldiers that are going to, that you can find anecdotes of them using this as a justification, but I think it's too generalized in the way that Dave is presenting it here. It can confuse his audience into thinking that this is kind of the popular opinion or the popular thing to say, that I justify these behaviors as, including those of killing children, because we are the chosen people. Like, come on. You're going to be hard pressed to find people that are going to draw that line. And it's, almost certainly not anywhere close to being a popular opinion amongst soldiers and officials.
Apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely allowed to ignore the directives.
Yeah, I mean, isn't every country allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires? I mean, that's not really, isn't that true for all countries? Surely, yeah, it's allowed. It doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, right? Quick bathroom break. Thanks for being with me, everybody. Okay. All right. Why is this thing taking so long? All right. Yes, it was a bathroom break. And believe it or not, I did wash my hands. Yeah, states are able to ignore international law, but they are not necessarily legally entitled to do so. And with regards to yeah, so I mean that's I don't think that's as controversial of a thing that Dave is pointing out there.
Of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to
No, that doesn't mean that international law doesn't apply to them.
commit genocide.
No, doesn't mean that they can commit genocide just because that they just because they feel that they can ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. But we're going to look more deeply at what the government means here. Alrighty. Oops. Okay, just waiting for that. We'll go through this in a little more detail.
Allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide.
No, that's a crazy conclusion.
They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries.
Yeah, so Israel is entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries the same way that, the United States is entitled to do that. Right? Some people would say nobody's entitled to do that, but I think that's what's being said here. So on August 7th, 2018, in litigation concerning Israel's settlement regularization law, a lawyer formerly representing the Israeli government submitted that the Knesset, I think, or Knesset, may ignore provisions of international law in any field it wishes. Provisions or rules of international law is a slightly better translation than directives. The filing also asserted that Knesset could legislate extraterritorially anywhere in the world, and that enacted Israeli legislation prevails over international law norms within Israel's domestic legal system. The important legal distinction: the government was not quite arguing that international law itself gives Israel permission to violate international law, which I think that's the takeaway Dave had here. That would be self-contradictory. It was arguing that under Israeli domestic constitutional law, the Knesset's legislative jurisdiction is not limited by international law. An explicit Knesset statute prevails in an Israeli court over a conflicting international law rule. Therefore, an Israeli court should not invalidate legislation merely because it contradicts international law. Judicial review should instead be based primarily on Israel's basic laws. The submission stated even more directly that Knesset statute always prevails over every norm of international law, and that the Knesset could legislate for the West Bank, even contrary to the provisions of international law. This is a domestic law supremacy argument, not a valid international law defense. The distinction is domestic position. Israeli courts may be required to apply a later Knesset statute despite an international law conflict. And then their international position is Israel may still be violating international law and may still incur international responsibility. A country cannot erase its international obligations merely by passing a domestic statute. International law generally prohibits a state from invoking its internal law to justify failure to perform binding treaty obligations. So, no, Dave. Let's listen to what Dave said again in the video here.
Allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide.
No, that's wrong. That's a category error. So international law does apply to them. It's this, they're talking about their domestic position, that Israeli courts may be required to apply a later Knesset statute despite an international law conflict. And it's still maintained that Israel may still be violating international law and may still incur international responsibility. So, no, that doesn't mean now we can just commit a genocide because our law trumps international law. That's not a good understanding of what's being said
They
here.
say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries.
Yeah, the filing also asserted that the Knesset could legislate extraterritorially anywhere in the world, and that enacted Israeli legislation prevails over international law within Israel's domestic legal system. So, yeah, again, just like the United States of America, Israel, under certain circumstances, is entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. I think, isn't it like every country is entitled to do that, but there will be consequences and repercussions, right?
This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking.
Any land they desire is theirs for the taking. Yeah, in the same way that any land the United States desires is theirs for the taking, but that doesn't mean they're going to be just going out and taking land that they want. I mean, there has been some scary rhetoric from Donald Trump with regards to Greenland and to some other places, and including my home country of Canada. So, yeah, but that just because this is something a country could do doesn't mean they are going to do it, right? Or if you point to what's going on in Lebanon, like you said in the video, Dave, and said that, they're stealing land in Lebanon. That wasn't true. But I think this is part of, I don't know. It kind of seems like you're pointing to these things that are true about literally every country and trying to, say that it's somewhat more of a scary scenario because it's Israel. That's what it seems like to me.
This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
Let's go back here.
That has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuine.
So, Dave is saying that this is announced proudly, that, and he's tying it into what was previously said, which is all the stuff relating to we can take whatever we want, and that is somehow supported widely. Now it's being applied to the general mean with regards to Israeli citizens again, which is a problem. So now we have to look at what is the polling data? I have a few statistical things to investigate here.
Genuinely superior to other peoples.
ומה קורה כשאתם רואים ילד ערבי? מה אתם מרגישים?
רגשות זעם.
זעם? מה קורה כשאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתה מרחם עליו שלא נולד חרדי? מה הוא מפסיד?
הוא לא הולך לדרכם.
כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים, כולם חרדים?
לא כולם חרדים, חלק חרדים.
כולם יהודים, ויש גם ערבים שהם עובדים.
תהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר?
שמלחמה כל הערבים ימותו, וחלק מהם יהיו עבדים.
איבדת את כל הסיפור שלך. ילדים, תודה רבה. תודה רבה. תמשיכו להצליח ולראות כאן בישיבה.
Arabs will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel.
So, yeah, a terrifying anecdote there. If the translations are accurate and what's being said is being delivered accurately. But again, this is an anecdote. How orthodox or extreme is the classroom we're seeing? How widespread is that kind of teaching and that belief amongst children? Like, that's the epistemically, empirically responsible thing to do. You don't just want to flash something scary at people and then, wave the Israeli flag after and the video does have the cadence of overgeneralizing or taking a lot of, truly horrifying anecdotes and generalizing them towards the general mean of what Israel is. And I think that's the biggest mistake of the video. We're not seeing the polling data, the statistical realities of what is believed on average in households. We're not seeing the positive utilitarian lensing of the situation here. We're only seeing the negative utilitarian lensing, the suffering avoidance calculus lensing here. Okay, so with regards to roughly 6 in 10 to 2/3 of Jewish Israelis accept that Jews are the chosen people from a religious standpoint, but most interpret chosenness as a special role or added obligation, not as a superior worth or permission to dominate others. This is a massive distinction that I don't think is coming through in Dave's video here. Again, but most interpret chosenness as a special role or added obligation, not as a superior worth or permission to dominate others. These surveys concern Jewish Israelis, not Israel's entire population, which also includes Arab Muslims, Christians, DRUZE, Druze, and others. Most detailed poll, JPPI, May 2024. The Jewish People Policy Institute asked 643 Jewish Israelis. There's a saying that the Jews are the chosen people. How do you interpret it? The response, 43% say Jews have a special role in the world. 16% say Jews have obligations, others do not. 2% say Jews have privileges, others do not. 14% say they disagree with the concept of the chosen people. 19% reject it as condescending or racist. 6% don't know. There's a massive diversity here in the polling with regards to this idea of the chosen people. Something lost in Dave's video. This is this is the empirically responsible thing to be doing. So thus 61% accept some version of chosenness, but only 2% explicitly interpreted it as conferring special privileges. 59% understood it as either a role or a burden. 33% rejected the idea, including 19% who regarded it as racist or condescending. Breakdown by religiosity. Secular group accept chosenness. 34% of the secular people accept chosenness. 58% reject it. Traditional less religious accept chosenness. 19% reject it. Traditional religious, 83% accept chosenness. 15% reject it. Religious people in Israel, 97% accept chosenness, 2% reject it. Ultra-Orthodox, 97% accept chosenness, 2% reject it. So accept combines special role, additional obligations, and special privileges. Totals occasionally differ by 1 point because of rounding. Among religious and ultra-Orthodox Jews, the belief is nearly universal. Among secular Jews, a majority rejects it. More explicitly, biblical poll, a representative survey of 1,200 Jewish Israelis asked, do you believe that Jews are the, quote, chosen people as the Bible describes? 64% say yes, 22.4% no, 13.4% say don't know. The survey was designed by 2 American academics and conducted by Israel's cartography knowledge group. 1,000 respondents answered online and 200 older or ultra-Orthodox respondents answered by telephone. It was partially funded and published by an evangelical news organization, so it should be treated as credible supplementary evidence rather than a sole authority. Okay, then there's some more divisions, related questions. So basically, the thing here is, I think Dave is painting, again, I think it's overgeneralization, perhaps some overgeneralization fallacy in the way this information is being delivered.
כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים. כולם חברים?
לא כולם חברים, ערבים חלק
כולם יהודים, ויש גם ערבים שהם עובדים.
יהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר?
שמלחמה כל הערבים ימותו, וחלק מהם יהיו עבדים.
Magni said, wait, we've been here for 4 hours. How far into the video are you? Let's see. Oh, wait. Sorry, that's the other window. I was looking at the wrong window. 18 minutes. Okay. Let's continue.
Arabs will be slaves. They are in.
So the difference between what we're doing here and what a lot of other people are doing, like, there are things I can be saying that's just based on my memory of conversations I've had relating to Israel-Palestine. But there's too many people doing that, and too many people doing that in a way that is just trying to serve their own political agendas in the way with all the rhetoric baked into it and all that stuff. That's not what we're doing here. We're actually going through what I think is a, important video, and actually seeing what the case really is. Not trying to win points for any side here. That's not what this is about. If that's what you're interested in, you're probably going to find this video frustrating. But
inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is.
כולם יהודים, ויש גם ערבים שהם עובדים.
יהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר?
שמלחמה כל הערבים ימותו, וחלק מהם יהיו עבדים. איבדת את כל הסיפור שלו. ילדים, תודה רבה. תמשיכו להצליח ולראות אתכם בישיבה.
Arabs will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political group. This is.
So Dave's attributing all of these anecdotes that we just saw to Israel, and is not providing the vast amount of diversity that exists within Israel with regards to these the things that are being brought up here, the questions.
The whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent.
Now we're starting to talk about they, them, all of Israel. This is how they're justifying this. We're not talking about the realities and the facts related to the differing opinions about some of the things that have happened.
People, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will. This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is.
Yeah. So, again, make sure anyone who's digesting content like this, which this is a weird bit of, it's hard for me to want to just say that what Dave's doing here is a pretty strong piece of propaganda, but as I'm going through this for the second time, after the shock and awe has worn off and we're actually going through this deep analysis process, I think this does reach the statute for me to label this as a propaganda piece. It's not that the things that are being presented in the video, it's not that there aren't facts in the video of things that are truly occurring, truly happening, but the way the anecdotes are being applied to the general mean of Israel. I don't want to say the Jews, because Dave is not targeting Jews specifically. He's targeting Israel, okay? I don't think what Dave is doing, even though there might be some hints of anti-Semitism in here, we haven't got even a quarter of the way through yet. But he is targeting, the state of Israel. But the way these anecdotes are being grafted on to the state is just when a lot of these things are counter to state policy, counter to the policies of the IDF, governing policies, and the fact that we have really good information related to the opinions of the Israeli people, and that those opinions are diverse. I feel like all of that's being not addressed, making this more of a propaganda video than one that's going to give you an accurate picture of what's going on.
Beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil.
No human being is beyond saving. No human being is twisted and evil beyond repair. I think human beings do very evil, twisted things, but I don't think human beings themselves, I don't categorize human beings themselves ever as evil, just that they do and say evil and terrible things. Again, we need to move away from dehumanizing people. It is counter to the maximization of humanity's well-being. It just causes more identity defense. It causes more cognitive rigidity in the world. And cognitive rigidity directly relates to poor human health. So we should be attacking ideas and not the people themselves.
But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause. Anyone who supports Israel is the global public that can listen to these politicians, that anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause.
So now Dave is calling, hundreds of millions of people lost causes. And, that is just simply a anti-well-beingist stance. And it's something I think is bad and wrongful. People are not lost cause because they, and again, the overgeneralization of this video, it's like, you either agree with me on this or you're a lost cause. This is simple-minded moral philosophy. It's black and white thinking. Morality should never be dealt in these kinds of absolutist type ways, this kind of certaintist posturing that Dave is bringing to this video. It shows bad moral character. And I would agree with Dave that there's bad moral character on display in a lot of the things that he is critiquing here. I couldn't agree more with Dave on that. But that shouldn't give one license to make these grand sweeping statements that if you don't agree with me on Israel, or, even if like, the casualties of children in war is just a absolutely horrific thing. But it was something we had to stomach in in World War II, that there were going to be child casualties in bombing efforts and in going to war with Italy, Japan and the Nazis. So it's the cause can make civilian casualties righteous, but it doesn't make the civilian casualties good. It's always going to be bad to have child casualties at times of war. No question. If you see the war as unnecessary or unrighteous, then you're just going to see bad and wrongfulness all over the place. So nothing redeemable. And if that's your stance, you should argue that. You should make that known. You should be able to articulate that. But you should do so in a good faith, helpful way. Why? Because that is a way of communicating in the war of ideas that is going to yield the most positive results for your cause. Demonizing people, like look at the example of and by the way, we can go through the cognitive scientific goods on that if you would like, but people can just take the claim I just made and fact check it and check to see if what I said is consistent with cognitive scientific data. But it brings to mind one of my heroes, Daryl Davis, who as a black man goes into the KKK not to demonize KKK members, but to engage in good faith, helpful communication with them. And by way of good faith, helpful communication, over 200 KKK members are disrobed by Daryl Davis in his history of engaging in these kinds of discussions. If Daryl Davis can do it with KKK members, Professor Dave can do it with people who disagree with him on aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict and what has happened in Gaza. And that's just going to yield better results by any moral foundation that I'm familiar with.
Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit.
Anyone who supports Israel is completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. What does that even mean? I mean, I support Israel. I support Palestine. I support Iran. I support Afghanistan. I support Canada. I support United States of America. So that means I am a completely brainwashed, racist piece of shit. I'm sorry, Dave. That's just simple-minded moral philosophy. Simple-minded. There's no place for this kind of thinking in well-educated intellectual spaces. It's just what you're saying here, your conclusions are reserved for like McDonald's dumpster diving intellectual appetite. It's just it's a sickening conclusion. Of course people should support Israel. Of course people should support Palestine. This should be morally obvious to someone. And your obvious anger and rage here spilling out and creating the kind of moral prescriptions and conclusions here that I'm seeing is just, it's anti-moral well-beingism. You are seemingly seeking to minimize the well-being of some others around you, those who support Israel. Yeah, and you're going to say, well, that's because they did these things. Yeah, are you an ancient Sumerian who engages in eye for an eye morality? You're supposed to transcend that as a modern day human being. There are much more rich, beautiful ways of morally digesting the world than some kind of eye for an eye morality calculus like you seem to be engaging in here.
Brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media.
I have not bought into the brown people bad narrative. This is more overgeneralization bullcrap. Mind reading. You know, you might want to give some statistics as to why someone would be, what are their reasons for supporting Israel? For example, let's look. Let's get some empiricism rolling here and get away from this, overgeneralization stuff.
And entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi.
If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. So
there is no meaningful.
So yeah, it's completely unhinged. So Professor Dave is categorizing me as a Nazi, as someone who supports Israel, someone who also supports Palestine. You might think it's impossible to do both. That's not true. I've given money to causes in support of both. I do support, the struggle of the Israelis and the struggle of the Palestinians. It's delusional, Dave, for you to think that I am a Nazi for that reason. So in May 2026, 52% of Americans viewed the Israeli people favorably. Only 32% viewed the Israeli government favorably. 62% viewed the Israeli government unfavorably. Favorability toward the Israeli government was 51% among Republicans and 16% among Democrats. So there's where kind of the general sentiments are at. Self-defense against Hamas. In Pew's February 2024 survey, 58% of Americans said Israel had valid reasons for fighting Hamas. 40% said Israel had valid reasons, while Hamas did not. Among Republicans, 70% considered Israel's reasons valid. Among American Jews, 89% did. Among white evangelical Protestants, 74% did. In 2025, 47% supported continuing military assistance until Hamas was dismantled or destroyed. Support reached 72% among Republicans. It fell to 32% among Democrats. Let's see what the general estimate is to the number of people in the United States of America who support Israel currently. Oh, are we going to get into this really ugly comparing Israel to
brainwashed or a racist piece
Nazi
of shit.
Germany?
They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s.
That's such a fucked up thing to say, Dave. So roughly about 125 million American adults generally support Israel. So that's 125 million Nazis, according to Dave. This is where this kind of stuff gets really dangerous, right? People who would take Dave's propaganda here to heart, might start going out there asking people, hey, you support Israel? And then they might start punching people the same way that people think you should go around punching Nazis. So like the kind of violence that is born out of propaganda like this is real. And it's worrisome. Yeah, I'm shocked by a lot of this stuff. It's rough. No, I said 125 million Americans. It's not just MAGA people who support Israel. And also, the difference. Someone in the comment section is saying MAGA are Nazis. Have people forgotten what happened in the 1930s and 40s? Like, this is so ridiculous. Okay. A blanket equation of present-day Israel with Nazi Germany is deeply immoral and intellectually reckless. Even while Israel's conduct can and should be judged for potential war crimes, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, or genocide. So this completely falsifies history. So Nazi Germany was a one-party radical dictatorship committed to territorial conquest and the systematic extermination of European Jewry. Its final solution sought to murder every Jew within its reach. 6 million Jewish men, women, and children were killed through mass shootings, starvation, forced labor, gas chambers, and extermination centers. Whatever conclusions one reaches about Gaza, Israel is not historically identical to the regime, of course. Treating every instance of ethno-nationalism, occupation, mass civilian killing, or even genocide as Nazism destroys distinctions among different ideologies, different political systems, different intentions, different methods, different historical contexts. Serious moral reasoning requires identifying both similarities and differences, not collapsing everything monstrous into one symbol, like Dave's doing here. What Dave's doing here exploits the victim's trauma as a rhetorical weapon. For Jewish survivors and families, the Holocaust is not merely an abstract metaphor for extreme evil. It concerns the attempted physical eradication of their families and civilization. Using that history primarily to say the Jews have become Nazis converts Jewish suffering into an instrument for humiliating Jews. It often carries the additional insinuation that Holocaust victims learned nothing, became their persecutors, or are uniquely hypocritical. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum identifies analogies equating Israel with Nazi Germany as a recurring misuse of Holocaust history that could trivialize the murdered and serve contemporary prejudice. One more time for everybody. Doing what Dave is doing here, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum identifies these kinds of analogies, the kinds that are equating Israel and Nazi Germany as a recurring misuse of Holocaust history that can trivialize the murdered and serve contemporary prejudice. Past victimhood does not grant Israel moral immunity, but neither does present Israeli wrongdoing make the Jewish historical experience fair material for collective taunting. It transforms governmental guilt onto an entire people. Israel is not a single moral agent. It contains government officials and commanders, political opponents, anti-war activists, Palestinian citizens, hostage families, human rights investigators, soldiers who refuse unlawful conduct, millions of civilians with no control over military policy. A broad Nazi comparison commonly slides from criticizing the Netanyahu government to describing Israelis, Zionists, or Jews generally as Nazis, which Dave has done here. Dave has said, if you support Israel, you're a Nazi. That is collective moral condemnation, the same type of reasoning critics should oppose when Palestinians are collectively identified with Hamas. This trivializes the Holocaust without helping Palestinians. The comparison often assumes that calling something Nazi makes the condemnation stronger. In reality, it can make both histories less intelligible. The Holocaust becomes generic shorthand for very bad, while Palestinians' actual experience becomes understandable only through analogy to somebody else's catastrophe. Palestinian suffering does not require borrowed legitimacy. Like there's enough bad going on here to actually point to the facts and not engage in this kind of propaganda that Dave's engaging in. Siege, starvation, forced displacement, unlawful killing, apartheid, and genocidal conduct can be described and prosecuted under their own factual and legal categories. The Genocide Convention deliberately created a universal offense applicable beyond Nazi Germany. A present atrocity need not duplicate Auschwitz to qualify as genocide, and calling something genocide does not mean claiming it is historically identical to the Holocaust. It substitutes moral shock for analysis. Nazi Germany generally functions as the endpoint of moral conversation. Once the label is attached, investigation appears unnecessary. And the ICJ hasn't even finished their investigation with regards to whether there's a genocide that occurred or not. I mean, what if their conclusion is that we looked at the case, there just was no intent here to commit genocide that can be demonstrated. So there is no demonstrable genocide that occurred in Gaza. I mean, I think that's a likely outcome from the ICJ. And then what's going to happen? We're going to say that the ICJ is in on it and they're controlled by Israel. Really? Are we going to go that deep with this? Israel has their fingers in everything and they're puppeteering the world. So this kind of thinking encourages several errors. Analogy replaces evidence. every Israeli military action becomes extermination by definition. Every Israeli security concern becomes fabricated propaganda. Distinctions between civilians, officials, and combatants disappear. Counter evidence is treated as collaboration with evil, like Dave is talking about here. I've given all kinds of counter evidence here today and last night. This is the same epistemic failure committed by defenders of Israel when they label every severe criticism as anti-Semitic. Not every severe criticism towards Israel is anti-Semitic. Not once have I called Dave anti-Semitic, because I don't think Dave is anti-Semitic. Both strategies evade the substance of the evidence. It can normalize Nazi language itself. Constantly calling political opponents Nazis weakens the term's historical meaning. Nazi imagery and Holocaust language become ordinary insults rather than references to a particular radical dictatorship and exterminatory program. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance warns that using Holocaust terminology and imagery for unrelated political purposes can distort memory, desensitize audiences, and create openings for anti-Semitic conspiracy thinking. If you think that what's going on in Gaza is anything similar to the Holocaust, I think that is just completely epistemically unfounded. Even though the suffering in Gaza feels extreme, it doesn't mean that it is in any way related to the industrialized murder of 6 million Jews. Not in any way. This is also strategically self-defeating for Dave. The analogy allows defenders of Israeli policy to shift the conversation away from Palestinian suffering, from dead civilians to whether the comparison is anti-Semitic, from siege policy to historical uniqueness, from evidence of unlawful conduct to the critic's rhetoric. The critic here being Dave's rhetoric. It therefore gives the accused government an avoidable escape route. Precise accusations are harder to dismiss. Yeah, I mean, what more can I say?
Given the age we live in, the horror show that is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I am fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of this nature. This means that while I can tell you about archivegenocide.com and I can take select clips from there to place in this video, I can't show you the thousands upon thousands of videos of Palestinian children lying dead in a ditch with their guts pouring out of their abdomens, of Gazan parents clutching the lifeless bodies of their progeny in their arms, crying out to their God with a despair that haunts me every time I look at my own children. And I certainly can't show you what was never even captured: the countless bodies instantly vaporized, the countless bodies still trapped under rubble that will never be recovered, the countless bodies bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into mass graves, with dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still alive, shrieking as they get their last glimpse of daylight. There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main...
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, everything Dave just pointed out there is obviously horrific. The casualties, regardless of whether someone's going to make an argument that, Israel, has been subpar or mediocre or has done well by mitigating the amount of casualties given the particular circumstance, all of these things, even if someone is going to make that argument, I think it's hard to look at that evidence Dave is showing and look at the evidence of the loss of life and dead children, things like that, and not just be completely heartbroken about that. It's like you start asking yourself, why did this happen? Why did this need to happen? Did it need to happen? You ask yourself these questions that are good questions. And I hate that this happened and that this has happened and there are things continuing to happen. I hate that. And I can hear the passion for justice in Dave's voice for these things. I don't know if Dave has studied much about Rwanda, about World War II, about, other horrific things in human history. Mass starvation by Mao, mass starvation by Stalin. But I mean, for me, seeing this kind of carnage, and just like you do see evil in children who have been killed by weapons or killed. Like you see it in there. It's hard not to see it. It's like there's something evil going on here. But to me, this is, when you study war, when you look at atrocities that have been carried out in human history, I mean, the Japanese engaged in a genocide near the beginning of World War II as well in China. That kind of pops to mind when I'm thinking of the horrific images of dead children. Unfortunately, this is not new, fresh news to human history, and that's a terrible thing. There's nothing good. There's nothing excusable from a good and bad perspective about seeing dead child victims or any victims of war. It's just a horrible thing altogether. The question at the end of the day is going to be, was all of this righteous? Was this carried out in a righteous fashion? And we have to look at the entire body of evidence to determine that. The amount of well-being that was destroyed and wiped away by Hamas, by the IDF, by others involved, which aspects of these campaigns were justified and which weren't? And when I say looking at the entire body of evidence, I would include all of those who lost their lives, young and old. it's hard for me to make, as a moral well-beingist, a determination of righteousness on the part of the IDF with regards to the results we're seeing now. That doesn't mean that no aspects of the IDF campaign have been righteous. I think the idea of hunting down, killing, and capturing members of Hamas, those who were involved in the planning and carrying out of October 7th, there's a lot of righteousness in that. But what you need to do to feel successful in that, even with regards to the attempt to get hostages back and things like that, this, everything considered here, including, even if you're an Israel supporter, the dead Palestinian children and other innocent people, this all should weigh on your conscience. This all is worthy of your moral consideration and care. So I personally, when it comes to the determination of genocide or not in Palestine, for the Palestinians in Gaza, I await on the international court to make their determination. I would not be arrogant enough to claim that I'm in a position to be able to demonstrate one way or another whether a genocide has occurred or not. This needs to be done in an expert controlled setting where there are enough resources to satisfy a high level of confidence one way or another. And I hope this is all handled properly by our international courts when making this determination. But it does make me sick to my stomach to see the images Dave shared. And it's important that people know what the horrors of war look like. And it really is just a terrible thing. But the fact that I am still a supporter of Palestine and of Israel, Dave, does not make me a Nazi. That's a moral failure on your part to graft that onto people. It's a moral failure.
Point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now, and it is objectively genocide. Anyone...
That hasn't been demonstrated. You're just saying, like, use your eyes, look around, look what's going on. Then that's automatically genocide. Genocide includes intentionality by the standards of international court. So intentionality is going to have to be demonstrated. I'm not saying it won't be demonstrated. It may in fact be demonstrated. And if it is demonstrated, then Israel has committed genocide and they have to pay the price for that, whatever that price is going to look like. Yeah.
who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide.
I believe that's incorrect. So the claim is every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it genocide. So several major organizations have done so, but not literally every organization. Some, including Human Rights Watch, initially used narrower formulations such as extermination, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide. Institutional conclusions also differ in legal scope and wording. But I'm going to do a more robust dive into this. Thank you for being with me today, folks. Make sure you smash that like button when you come by. Benjamin Mendez says you can't support Palestine and Israel at the same time. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And then you said fucking failure of a brain dead human. Where did you learn that language to talk to people in that way? So the statement that every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it genocide is false. A single counterexample disproves every single, which is the Human Rights Watch we've already done. One of the world's largest human rights organizations currently describes Israeli conduct as involving war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and, quote, acts of genocide. It has not adopted Amnesty International's categorical institutional formulation that Israel is committing genocide. Several prominent organizations have made that categorical finding. Amnesty International, B'Tselem, Physicians for Human Rights, Israel, but these legally distinct statements cannot be treated as interchangeable. Risk of genocide, genocidal acts, reasonable grounds to believe genocide is occurring, Israel is committing genocide, a final judicial finding of genocide. Many human rights organizations have issued no genocide determination at all, and there is no census showing unanimous agreement among the thousands of organizations worldwide. Pax said, I get the clinical treatment of Dave's words, but he was obviously being hyperbolic. That's not obvious to me at all. It's Professor Dave, who, if he catches somebody being, hyperbolic with data, he's, the first to call them out for that, especially in a circumstance of something this heavy-hearted. Got some fly bugging me. I'm just waiting for a few more examples here. Thanks for being with me, everyone. If it's not too much trouble, if you enjoy streams like this, analysis, please drop a like on the video. I'm going to be doing more of this. Okay, so Freedom House's 2026 Gaza report documents tens of thousands of deaths, mass deprivation, famine, and destruction, but it does not conclude that Israel is committing a genocide. Its earlier report described genocide as an allegation before the ICJ rather than adopting the conclusion institutionally. International Commission of Jurists. The International Commission of Jurists concluded that the serious risk threshold had been reached, triggering states' duty to prevent genocide. It said the blockade may constitute an underlying genocidal act, and explicitly distinguished that preventing finding from a definitive determination that genocide was occurring. Human Rights Watch, we already went through that. Human Rights First has condemned Israel's starvation of Gaza's population, forced displacement, restrictions on humanitarian aid, alleged war crimes, attacks on civilians. Its official a statement for accountability for war crimes and other grave violations, but does not contain a formal institutional determination that Israel is committing a genocide. So that's just misinformation Dave is spreading. No, I'm not going to simply give Dave the benefit of the doubt that he was simply being hyperbolic. No, bullshit. Bullshit.
Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel.
I think there is some good evidence of war crimes, by the way. But war crimes are not equal to genocide.
So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza, or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action Aid, the NGO Air Wars, the NGO Action on Armed Violence, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and its President Melanie O'Brien, the editor of the Journal of Genocide Research.
So, by the way, it's not just Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government versus all these other people. There are many other organizations that have not given the distinction of genocide. Benjamin says, so just because there exists some ONGS that doesn't give it a genocide label, we just disregard every other one. Got it? Nope. Thanks for the straw man, though. Plus, even though those ONGs gave horrible depictions of what's happening, yeah, that's just horrible thinking, especially considering I said I'm going to wait on the ICJ's determination of genocide or not, because they are best equipped to make this determination. And that's not what I said at all. I said Israel may in fact be committing a genocide. But just because this long list of organizations that agrees that they are, there are other organizations that haven't come to that conclusion. Even though they mentioned there are some issues and potential war crimes, which I think should be adjudicated in our highest court, international court. So yeah, that was a straw man fallacy.
Moses, the author of the book What is Genocide, Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Omar Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council.
He just said the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars? Was that what he said?
What is genocide? Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholar.
One thing I'm realizing here is that there's the the fallacious way of thinking here of counting the hits and not the misses. It's a common thing you see in politics where people are going to list all the hits, but they're not going to list the the counter evidence, because why would they? Because that would make their position less solid. It would be more factual to do so if you're really trying to deliver the facts to people. You wouldn't just say the leading Israeli scholars. You would say, some leading Israeli Holocaust scholars think that there is evidence of a genocide. And then what other Israeli Holocaust scholars are saying? So I know, I forget his name, but this individual, I can't remember his name, but I know that he's rambling this off very quickly to feel like it's like just Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government on this side, and then this long list of overwhelming evidence on this other side and testimony. I don't know when the ICJ is planning on making their official determination, but that hasn't happened yet as far as I know. Political Bunny says, okay, let's actually say that it isn't classified as a genocide, but rather genocidal actions. How does that make it better? Because to be classified as a genocide, you would need to have demonstration of genocidal intention. That's the main difference. If they are able to uncover and demonstrate genocidal intention, that means we actually have another genocidal regime that's been operating, and the world will have to change the way we investigate and handle these kinds of issues from an international perspective. It's a much bigger deal if there was intentionality in a situation like this. It would probably cause there to be a new investigative committee created that has the power from the United Nations to go in and literally look through all the books and do full investigations at any time with regards to any country to make sure that there isn't genocidal intent. Like the difference between people performing actions that can be construed as genocidal or be lensed as genocidal is just so different than an actual regime that has the intention and it has been working in ways to try to avoid detection in order to be able to carry out the genocide. It's just so drastically different. It doesn't make the consequences any better with regards to like the effects this has had on people. Of course not. So it looks like, and I'll let
Omar Barton, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue Committee, the former head of Israel's military, Moshe Yalon.
Okay, so one of the things he listed was the top Holocaust scholars, Israeli Holocaust scholars. But what about like Havi Dreyfus? Dreyfus is a prominent Tel Aviv University Holocaust historian and heads Yad Vashem's Center for Research on the Holocaust in Poland. Her name appeared among the initial signatories of a September 2025 letter demanding that the International Association of Genocide Scholars retract its determination that Israel was committing a genocide. The letter argued that the genocide accusation misapplied the law and that the evidence did not establish Israel's specific intent to destroy Palestinians as a group. That's going to be the biggest thing when it comes to international court. Can an intent to destroy Palestinians as a group, can that be demonstrated? You know, you would have to unveil, like, it was easy to demonstrate with the Nazis. Easy. We have millions of pieces of evidence to demonstrate that this was happening. That evidence will be somewhere. And there should be a full investigation to see if there is evidence of this. Ronnie Stauber. Stauber is a Tel Aviv University Holocaust historian whose research concerns Holocaust memory and consciousness. He formerly served as academic director at the University of Weiner's Library for the Nazi era and the Holocaust. His name also appeared in a 2025 letter rejecting the IAGS genocide determination. Again, this is evidence of his recorded position through a petition. This isn't a detailed, independently authored legal analysis by him. Dina Porat. Porat is a professor emerita of Jewish history at Tel Aviv University and served as Yad Yashim's chief historian from 2011-2021. She remains associated with Yad Hashim as an academic advisor. 2023, Porat co-authored an article stating explicitly the claim of genocide is refutable. We've got Tuvia Freeling, we got Liat Steyer Livni, we got Israel Charney. We got a lot of people who don't think that this meets the standard. And of course, if we look at genocide experts all around the world, you're going to find a long ass list of genocide experts who don't think that there is good reason to believe that there is genocidal intent here, albeit maybe some genocidal acts that were not intentional. So it does matter. I mean, someone was asking, what's the difference? I mean, it's just like in a murder trial. Intentionality matters. Like, if someone intended to punch someone in the face because they called them a bad name, but they actually ended up killing that person, that's different than if someone grabbed a knife and stabbed a person in the neck and basically cut their head off. Like, it's way different. Yeah, so like, and this is a reasonable comment. Heavens says, if genocide experts disagree on this, well, how would any normie know better? Well, that's actually true in the sense of, like, there's actual academic disagreement here. There's legal disagreement. And the fact that Dave in this video thinks that you're a Nazi if you think otherwise, when really there's good academic legal reasons to think otherwise. That's just absolutely ridiculous.
Former head of Israel Shin Bet Ami Ayalon, the former deputy head of Israel's Mossad Amran Levin, and the former prime minister of Israel Ehud Olmert. Who do you believe, them or the Israeli government? Who do you think is lying? All of them or Benjamin Netanyahu?
It's not just between the Israeli government, Benjamin Netanyahu, and all of those other people. This is going to sound really convincing to people who are uneducated, but don't get convinced by this kind of rhetoric. This is propaganda. It's black and white thinking. It's not that. Those aren't the only two options, and they're painted in this clip as the only two options. It's just not the case. Thank you so much for the super chat, Dewey. Dewey says, and I'm going to check this. says that there was mass graves of Palestinian people zip tied, bound hand and feet, buried alive. No, intentionality is not notoriously hard to prove. We can, if all you have is testimonial evidence, that can come out in a trial, especially if people are, it's when you're trying to perform a genocide with the intention to do so, it's almost certainly not going to be the case that all of the evidence demonstrating this is going to be able to be wiped from the record. People are going to save things. People are going to make mistakes. A good, thorough investigation would be able to uproot this. I mean, someone said, you say the same for climate change deniers and anti-vaxxers. You surely can find long lists for both of them. No, but this is a different issue. We're talking about whether or not, and we're looking at expert opinions, whether or not there is a demonstration of intentionality. And so far, there hasn't been demonstration of intentionality from Israel as a state from that perspective. They might find some cases where some soldiers were doing terrible genocidal stuff, or maybe even some commanders or whatever. But okay, yeah, Dave does talk about the graves, right? But what needs to be demonstrated is that Israel as a state has been committing genocide. That's the intentionality that needs to be demonstrated. And I know some people don't like that. That's like what the determination of genocide is from an international court perspective. But that's, yeah, I mean, like people who are saying like, well, surely, Trav, Israel has committed war crimes. Yeah, there's really good evidence of war crimes. If I don't want to get too much off analyzing this video, because we're going to probably be doing this for a couple days. So someone said there was mass graves of Palestinian people, and because it was a super chat, I'm just going to go through this quickly, and eventually we'll get to it in the video. So it's partly true that there were mass graves of Palestinian people zip-tied, bound, hand and feet buried alive. But there are some unresolved allegations here as established forensic fact. So, mass graves containing hundreds of Palestinians were found at the Nasser and Al-Shifa hospital complexes in April 2024. Reuters journalists witnessed bodies being exhumed at Nasser, and imagery confirmed that graves existed at both locations. There were also credible reports that some bodies had their hands tied. The UN Human Rights Office reported allegations that some victims were stripped and bound, and said this raised the possibility of serious violations requiring an investigation. What remains unproven, zip-tied hands and feet, is more specific than the verified evidence. Reliable sources reported that some bodies had hands tied. They did not independently establish that large numbers had both hands and feet zip-tied, or that this condition applied to everyone in the graves. quote, buried alive has not been forensically confirmed. Palestinian civil defense said approximately 20 bodies required examination because investigators suspected the people might have been buried alive. UN experts referred only to potential instances. That was an allegation requiring autopsies and forensic archaeology, not a completed finding. There seems to be no subsequently published independent forensic investigation established that those approximately 20 people were alive when buried. The UN Security Council called for investigators to receive unrestricted access precisely because the circumstances had not been established. Important context about the graves. At least some graves at Nasser and Al-Shifa were created by Palestinians before Israeli forces occupied the hospitals. Because normal cemeteries were inaccessible during the fighting, Reuters footage documented Palestinians burying bodies at Nasser in January 2024. Israel acknowledged exhuming some previously buried bodies while searching for Israeli hostages and said it returned them afterward. That context does not prove that Israeli forces added no bodies, executed no detainees, or handled the remains properly. It means the mere existence of the graves does not establish that every person in them was killed and buried there by Israeli troops. So yeah, hundreds of Palestinian bodies in mass graves, true. Some bodies reportedly found with bound hands, credible and officially reported, but not fully forensically resolved. Bodies generally found zip-tied by both hands and feet, not established. People buried alive, serious allegation concerning roughly 20 bodies, but not independently confirmed. All bodies were Israeli execution victims. That's not established. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, Pax. I'll try to speak not so closely to the mic. I can also actually turn myself down a little bit here. There. That'll actually help. Okay. Okay.
But Mehdi, didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case
the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue.
Didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway, more effective than just listing organizations, we can go through this.
So, I mean, there's no mention that there are, other experts and other organizations that disagree. We're counting the hits and not the misses
Specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in the...
So this idea of like everyone who disagrees with me is brainwashed, that is indicative of cult-like language. And I hate to see that being employed by Dave here, but anyone who disagrees with X, anyone who disagrees with me, is just cult-like language. It's not good. It's not epistemically sound. It's just, there's so many problems with it. God, this is exhausting. I'm kind of shocked. I mean, I am still shocked that Dave put this out. Yeah, I mean, so let's let this play
The
a bit.
Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024. 2 full years ago. Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots.
Okay, so the Lancet estimate more than 180,000 deaths. This is, the 186,000 figure came from a short correspondence that applied a historical ratio of 4 indirect deaths for every reported direct death. It was explicitly an illustration of a potentially eventual cumulative burden, not a measured death toll, and not a survey finding that 186,000 people had already died. So this is a direct misrepresentation. Dave is directly misrepresenting what the Lancet is was saying here.
And that was in July of 2024. 2 full years ago. Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But
so unfortunately, that is more misinformation in this video.
thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized.
I want to screenshot this.
Leaving nothing identifiable behind, and thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there is near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything is.
Thurnis says, can you please count the hits and misses? Yeah, for what? This is a fact check, I thought. I'm genuinely curious the ratio of experts who claim genocide for those who don't. Yeah, we can look at that. I'm just loading one more thing here first. But again, this and I'll wait to see what the ratios looking like. But for me, it's going to come down to the ICJ investigation, and their determination. So let's go through this thing we were just looking at here, right here.
Wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there is near zero health infrastructure. All of these are still buried.
Okay. Many of the dead are not brought in for identification. Gaza's official named death system has relied heavily on people dying in hospitals or bodies being delivered to hospital morgues. supplemented by an online reporting process and other records. Many deaths were therefore absent from the hospital lists, especially when bodies were inaccessible, unrecovered, or buried without formal registration. This claim that Dave makes that thousands have been totally vaporized, that's unverified and scientifically overstated. So Gaza Civil Defense told an Al Jazeera investigation that it had classified 2,842 missing people as evaporated. Its method was essentially to compare the reported occupants of a struck location with the bodies recovered, sometimes finding only blood or small fragments. That is serious evidence that some victims may have been fragmented, burned, or otherwise rendered unrecoverable, but it is not forensic proof that 2,842 complete bodies were literally converted into vapor. The classification was reached partly by elimination, not through individual autopsies or independent scene examinations. There's no publicly available UN or peer-reviewed forensic finding verifying that thousands were destroyed specifically by prohibited thermobaric weapons. The claim, thousands still under rubble, this is strongly supported. Unknown still in mass graves, substantially true, but unqualified and imprecise. Numerous remains are unidentified, including remains recovered from emergency or temporary graves at hospitals. In December 2024, OCHA OCHA reported that 80 to 146 bodies transferred from temporary graves at Al Ali and Al Shifa remained unidentified, while dozens of additional bodies still remained in temporary graves at Al Shifa. The ICRC reported that Gaza lacks functioning DNA testing facilities, while dental and medical records are frequently inaccessible, making identification exceptionally difficult. However, mass graves does not necessarily mean a clandestine execution grave. Some hospital graves were emergency burial sites created by Palestinians because cemeteries were inaccessible. The existence of unidentified remains does not by itself establish how those people died. Okay. I just wanted to look at that graphic.
Under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered...
So he flashed the 186,000 deaths again. It was a quick flash, but I saw it. This is a misrepresented figure. We already went through the problem with that.
Hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide. It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically targeted hundreds...
You have to demonstrate the intentionality for genocide in order for it to be actually officially determined by our highest international court to be a genocide. I have a feeling though, like with regards to Dave's certainty posturing on this, like this like infallibilist posture he presents in this video, which is quite honestly like quite arrogant, to speak with this kind of authority and to say anyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi is anti-intellectualism. Yeah, so even if the international court determines it not to be a genocide, I don't think Dave's going to change his mind based on his attitude in this video.
Of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by Human Rights Watch.
So white phosphorus, the claim white phosphorus is an illegal weapon is misleading. So white phosphorus is not categorically prohibited. Its use against military targets may be lawful, while airburst use is in densely populated civilian areas can be indiscriminate and violate international humanitarian law. Human Rights Watch verified its use in Gaza and Lebanon. But yeah, that's just more information. It's not just flat out illegal.
Amnesty International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an accurate depiction of her opinion.
Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist.
Yeah, the intent for genocide. I would like to look at what. Let's see. Oh man, I have to branch into a. I'm just interested to see what her evidence is for intent for genocide.
For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety.
That's horrible. People should not be, she produced a report, gave her opinion. My life has become a roller coaster on death threats, danger, and dread after accusing Israel of genocide. Yeah, that's horrible. People shouldn't attack her for that.
That I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF.
All right. Francesca Albanese's case for genocidal intent rests on the combination of official statements, state policy, and the resulting pattern of destruction, not on a discovered written order saying destroy the Palestinians. So, her actual conclusion. So Dave mentions that her conclusion that that she outlined a determination of genocide, but her actual conclusion was that there were reasonable grounds to believe the genocide threshold had been met. That's different. So the evidence: direct statements by senior officials, Albanese identified public statements by people exercising governmental or military authority, especially President Herzog saying that an entire nation bore responsibility for October 7th and rejecting the idea that Gaza's civilians were uninvolved. Defense Minister Gallant announcing a complete siege, no electricity, food, water, we already went through that, while referring to the enemy as human animals. Benjamin Netanyahu says invoking Amalek, a biblical enemy associated with a command to destroy men, women, and infants. Other officials advocating the destruction of Gaza, mass displacement, or a second Nakba. Man, if it does turn out that they have secretly been, trying to genocide the Palestinians, it will not only expose one of the most evil nations in history, but that, or at least the leadership, who knows what's going on, right? Whoever would be in the know. But how simple-minded they would have to be to go to the mic talking about Amalek or human animals, and given the kind of technology we have today and how this is going to spread around and how it's going to cause, a lot of more questioning eyes to be on their military campaign. Her legal argument is that statements by senior decision makers can constitute direct evidence of intent, particularly when subsequent military policy corresponds with the rhetoric. Important qualification: some quotations are disputed in scope. Netanyahu argues that Amalek referred to Hamas, while Gallant's defenders argue that human animals referred specifically to Hamas fighters. Albanese's response is that the accompanying policy, especially the population-wide siege, were directed at Gaza as a whole, making the narrower interpretation less persuasive. The siege and destruction of the conditions necessary for life. Her strongest circumstantial evidence is the deliberate deprivation of food, water, electricity, fuel, medicine, functioning hospitals, sanitation, shelter, and agricultural production. Damn, I need to get some food. The March report concluded that Israel had inflicted conditions of life calculated to bring about Palestinians' physical destruction. Including by destroying or disabling hospitals, homes, water systems, food production, and other essentials. Albanese argued that the combination of the policy's foreseeable consequences and its continuation after humanitarian warnings supported an inference of intent, not merely negligent collateral harm. So the logic is, if officials knowingly impose conditions incapable of sustaining civilian life, understand that those conditions are killing the protected group, possess the ability to change course and nevertheless maintain them, that conduct may be evidence of an intention to destroy at least part of that group. Treating the civilian population as the enemy. Albanese argues that Israel's operational and rhetorical framework effectively erased the distinction between Hamas and Palestinian civilians. Collective responsibility statements claims that there are no uninvolved civilians. The designation of homes, hospitals, schools, and civilian infrastructure as Hamas supporting extremely expansive allegations of human shielding. Repeated attacks in areas civilians have been told to enter. Destruction extending beyond identifiable military targets. Her March report says that Israel had treated the protected population and its life-sustaining infrastructure as either terrorist or terrorist supporting, turning people and objects into targets or acceptable collateral damage. This is crucial in her intent analysis. Genocide targets a group as such, so rhetoric and practice collapsing the entire population into the enemy category are potentially probative. She makes the scale, pattern, and apparent excess beyond military necessity argument, the enormous civilian mortality and injury, extensive harm to children, destruction of entire neighborhoods, repeated displacement, attacks on healthcare and humanitarian systems, forced displacement and destruction of Palestinian continuity, continuation after warnings and failure to punish incitement. Humanitarian agencies warned of starvation, health system collapse. The ICJ issued provisional measures. Officials made publicly documented exterminatory or displacement statements. International bodies demanded that incitement be investigated and punished. Why, quote, defeating Hamas does not automatically negate genocide. Israel's principal alternative explanation is that its intent is to destroy Hamas, prevent another October 7th, recover the hostages, defend Israeli civilians. Albanese acknowledges those stated motives, but argues that military and genocidal purposes can coexist. A state could pursue the defeat of an armed organization through methods also intended to destroy the civilian group from which it emerges. Yeah, I mean, there's a case. I just don't know that it's a strong case. You need to demonstrate intentionality. It's not enough to just say, like, you know, you bumbling idiots killed more people than you should have. You know, there are other things that can be charged to Israel than genocide. Thanks, honey. Mm-hmm. Agua, por favor. Gracias. Ooh. I'm going to scroll through some YouTube comments here. Someone spamming. Gonna have some mole negro. Oops. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think Israel will be determined by the ICJ to have committed a genocide in Gaza? Gracias. little food break here, folks. People keep asking what would prove intent. I mean, just think about, like, I mean, surely you're familiar in general with criminal court. Think about what proves intent in criminal court. So here in Oaxaca, Mexico, we have, wrong way, mole negro. It's basically chocolate and chile. It's so good. Well, that's an opinion. Like, not calling it genocide is downplaying it massively. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean just because there's no genocide that there haven't been, you know, evil level war crimes, right? It just seems like some people are so fixated on, like, demonstrating that there is in fact a genocide happening, that they're willing to, like, call others who disagree with them Nazis, like Dave did in this video. So, like, human beings need to stop doing that to each other. It's like, it's reasonable to wait until this stuff is sorted out in professional legal proceedings. Oh man, my wife is the best. They went to have breakfast this morning, and I couldn't make it because I was doing this, and she brought me my favorite. Oh, did I lose connection there? Check. No. Yeah, Mexican food is overpowered, like, no question. I need a better answer. Well, why don't you come up with the answer and how one would prove intent? For example, if Netanyahu, if an email was uncovered, that where Netanyahu's like, we all know what the solution is. We've talked about this off the record. You know, I don't want to see a person or a brick left standing in that, you know, degenerate city. Finding stuff like that, the kind of intent evidence that we found once we were able to investigate Nazi Germany and World War II. Eyewitness, you know, testimony. But not just that. Maybe there's a document, like, I don't know. You're sitting there. I'm eating. Use your imagination. I mean, this gives you kind of a glance into Dave Farina's mind. Like he thinks that there's like, hundreds of, there's 125 million Nazis in the United States of America. That's wild. That's for the international court to decide how they're going to investigate. Yeah, just because it's hard to prove intent doesn't mean that intent isn't important when trying to determine whether people are intending to do crimes, right? There's a difference between intending to do a crime and you doing a crime but not intending to do that crime. This is like Law 101, right? Yeah, no, the Amalek statement is not going to count as direct evidence or convincing evidence of intent to commit genocide. No. It's just not. Like, I mean, of course it's possible. I am highly confident that that will not be a determining factor finding Israel guilty of genocide. Yeah, when someone says starve them, kill them, remove them, and then you think they're talking about all Palestinians, and they clarify that no, I'm speaking about Hamas. I mean, is there any good reason to believe that they weren't speaking about Hamas? That's what the courts are going to say. They're not going to care about, like, well, I felt like they were talking about Palestine. It's like, sorry, I'm trying not to chew into the mic. But I am kind of a savage eater, so. Yeah, like, so international courts, Don makes a really good point that most of the findings of UNHCR have not weighed Israeli evidence as Israel doesn't cooperate with them. So that'll be different when it comes to the international court, right? It will be in Israel's best interest to cooperate with all their evidence and counter evidence, which I think a lot of we haven't really seen. But yeah, the international court is not about like, well, I felt like this was a bad thing to say about Palestinians, or, you know, I didn't like, you know, when they say we're going to destroy them all. How am I to know they're just talking about Hamas? That's not going to get this case won with regards to demonstrating genocide. By the way, this is probably going to take 2 days of streaming. We'll see. Someone said, since Hamas stated agenda to maximize civilian death, why can't Israel do the genocide? Because we have transcended eye for an eye morality nonsense. Luckily, especially in our, you know, in our highest international courts, we don't play that stupid game. So it's and for good reason. There's a reason why we transcended eye for an eye morality. It just gets out of control. Unfortunately, a lot of people on the street will still be engaging in this kind of moral calculus, but it's just quite obviously destructive. Oh man, that is my fuel. Okay, rock and roll. I feel refueled, re-energized. Why do I feel like I'm going to knock this plate over? My other headphone should be plugged in. Totally got mole on my shirt. Damn it. Oh well. Oh, that is already plugged in. Okay, great. All right. Okay, where are we now? Oh man. Yeah, I really think that based on what's available now, I don't think she has a strong enough case. But maybe there's more to be presented. We will all see. I don't even know, like, I want to know when the ICJ is going to make a determination. All right, where are we at in this video, man? Oh.
Reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never-ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition.
So all of this stuff is really hard. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, Dave said we can no longer, or what were his actual words? Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to tell this client that. Oh, who was it? Sorry, 1 second. By the way, if anyone's interested in having a free philosophical coaching session with myself, you can get in touch with me at info@pang-burn.com, where we talk about philosophy, engage in conceptual organization, make sure you are living rationally to your stated purposes, and then we have conversations basically surrounding that. But please join our Discord, by the way, for those of you who aren't members of our Discord server. Man, I had someone booked. I have to figure out who that is. But they might realize that I had to be live. But anyways, this is our Discord server here. There's the link. We have conversations happening all the time, good faith, helpful ones. And yeah, I also run my philosophical coaching practice from Discord. So, all right. So yeah, all of this horrific stuff Dave is talking about, widespread starvation, things like this, horrible. Even if some of the things aren't as widespread as they're being, as they're being delivered in this video, or there's some hyperbole, whatever. These things are horrible. But when it comes to demonstrating genocidal intent, I don't think this cuts it, like what Dave is outlining here.
Mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club.
Oh yeah, and I was going to read something, right? Why does this in my calendar just say client? That's really annoying. Ugh, sorry. Okay, Dave. What did Dave say? Yeah, at the end it said, I'm not going to be able to work with you moving forward.
Of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk.
So yeah, and by the way, there's that would make myself being no better than a if I don't see the evidence of intent that's required at the international court level, I'm as good as a flat earther. And by Dave's standard here, if in fact the ICJ, the International Court, rules on this and says, yeah, here are the war crimes, these things, but there is no demonstration of genocidal intent, then I guess Dave would think that of our highest human court as well. So the ICJ has not announced a date for its final genocide determination, and the present schedule means it will almost certainly not happen before late 2029. November 22nd, 2027, South Africa must file its reply. May 22nd, 2029, Israel must file its rejoinder. Only afterward will the court decide the next procedural steps, normally including public oral hearings. The court expressly said that the subsequent procedure remains to be determined. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, we're not going to see final judgment probably 2030, 2031. My phone is just blowing up now. What is going on? Okay, so yeah, I mean, hold on to your butts for, where are we at? Yeah, 4 or 5 years before we'll get some kind of, likely get some kind of final determination here.
Talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announce that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly,
yeah, so all those people he just listed did not say they want to murder every child in Gaza.
Innocent civilians, while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horror.
We're also talking about Israel in general again, and he's grafting all of this stuff onto
I mean,
Israelis.
again, they proudly announced that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so
them.
Anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing. Every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished.
Okay, every demolished. Am I in my right one here? Yeah. So the claim that about 78% of Gaza has been destroyed. So there's a distinction between damaged or destroyed here. So it's more accurate to say damaged or destroyed. The other claim, every hospital, school, bakery, village, and city has been destroyed. This is hyperbolic. The destruction is exceptional, sure. Approximately 93% of school buildings require major rehabilitation or reconstruction, and the health system was devastated. But every hospital, school, bakery, and settlement is literally incorrect. So what I want to do I want to get some more information relating to that. So yeah, it's obviously not true that all of these things are destroyed, right?
Refugee tent camps were set up. They bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe routes. They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture. It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one. You're not
what about the focus on like where hostages were being held, right? So not every hospital was destroyed. WHO reported that at least 94% of Gaza's hospitals have been damaged, some destroyed. But in May 2025, 19 of the original 36 hospitals were still operating in some capacity. So 19 of the original 36 hospitals were still operating in some capacity, often only partially and under extreme shortages. Look, that is bad. The truth, the fact is bad. Dave is not delivering the truth here or the fact. He's just committing an overgeneralization fallacy or an overgeneralization about a lot of this stuff. Schools. Every school demolished. False. UNICEF's April 2026 assessment found nearly 98% of school buildings were damaged, which is horrible. Approximately 81% directly hit. More than 93% requiring major rehabilitation or complete reconstruction. Some buildings remain standing and some have been reused as shelters or temporary learning sites. So a more precise statement, of course, is almost every school has been damaged, and many are not within the realms of safe operation. Bakeries. Before October 2023, Gaza had almost 100 registered bakeries, in addition to numerous informal ones. WFP says many were destroyed or severely damaged, while others shut down because of shortages of flour, fuel, gas, and replacement parts. But bakeries continued to resume operating. In May 2026, WFP was supplying 26 bakeries. In July 2026, humanitarian partners were supporting 28 subsidized bakeries, plus 10 private bakeries received fuel assistance. Together, they were producing approximately 300 metric tons of bread daily, about 36% of Gaza's estimated needs. So many bakeries were destroyed and disabled, but it's not like they're without any bakeries, right? But still horrible, right? The facts in and of the facts themselves are horrible enough. We don't have to manufacture, falsehoods or present this information in a way that a propagandist would. I'm still shocked that Dave has done this in this video. Every major population center, including Gaza City, Jabalia, Beit Hanon, I'm sorry, I'm butchering these names, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, has sustained extensive destruction, but no major city was literally erased in its entirety. UNOSAT's October 2025 satellite analysis found approximately 81% of all structures across Gaza were damaged, 123,464 structures classified as destroyed. Yeah, that's a lot of destruction here. 17,116 severely damaged, 33,857 moderately damaged, and 23,836 possibly damaged. For Gaza City specifically, approximately 83% of structures were damaged as of September 2025. That is catastrophic, but it also means the satellite analysis did not classify every structure as demolished. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a sensationalist language problem with how Dave is presenting this information, using every this, every that, demolished. You know, it's not a good way to disseminate information.
We're not convinced by these images, too small in scope. Let's get a broader top-down view.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas, avenida, cheia de construção. Eu vou mostrar para vocês como é que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade? Cadê? Cadê os prédios? Cadê as pessoas? Vou tirar o zoom para você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza. Fica na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída ao sul, toda essa área cinza, toda essa área que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba de Hiroshima, a bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição, uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra.
I just want to see if the images I find. Let's see. Yeah, that video that's being shown there, I'm looking at images right now. Yeah, I want to see current images. $2026. Oh, come on. Make me sign up here. Washington Post. I just want to see this image. Oh, it's throwing all these different things at me. Just let me see it. Nah, come on. Oh, here we go. Yeah, a ton of destruction. But based on the, like, and I'll pull this up. Image. Let's add an image. Did I just copy it or did I save it? Save image, download. Yikes. Why can't, I guess it's, do I really have to do that? I have to reformat this really quickly. Yeah, I don't know that the image I'm seeing in this video that Dave has shared of Gaza City. Upload. Wow. I think that image is like, I mean, Adobe literally reads everything, but I just have to find a different image. Frustrating. Ah. It's so hard to find a photo that's allowing me to just, and I just want to make sure this is 20. Oh, damn it. Can I please have a 2026 image? This is so frustrating. Current images of Gaza City from above, 2026. Now I must hate the internet. When was this taken? Why are there so little, like, photos of this? Oh. When was this written? Is this like not hot news anymore or what? Like, I literally, other people try to find a good 2026 photo of Israel. Doesn't want you to see it. Well, anyways, I just wanted to see if I could find something that
guerra se repetiu, infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir, e até agora os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora, e como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon. Village after village.
So, like, what were those Lebanon strikes, though? Like, was that video just meant to scare people? Like, it matters what's being struck there, right? So, what targets have been struck by? I just want to know what those videos were showing.
Town after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that...
I got to go to the Hezbollah section here.
that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism.
Okay. So, Dave's saying that Hezbollah is essentially a defensive organization whose terrorism label is absurd. Hezbollah did emerge amid Israel's 1982 invasion and occupation of Lebanon and initially mobilized around armed resistance, but it was also created with major Iranian Revolutionary Guard support, developed an explicitly revolutionary Islamist program, conducted attacks against civilians and foreign targets, participated in Lebanese coercion and political violence, fought for the Assad government in Syria, and maintained a large independent military force after Israel's 2000 withdrawal. Describing it only as an organic defensive response, omits most of its subsequent record. So I think Dave's wrong again on this. All right. We'll get a little more on Hezbollah there. So since October 2023, and especially during the large 2024 campaign and the renewed fighting in 2026, Israel has struck a very broad range of locations across Lebanon. The academically important distinction is between targets Israel identifies as military objectives and civilian or protected objects that were also struck, damaged, or demolished. Targets Israel says were military objectives. Israel has publicly claimed strikes against Hezbollah commanders, fighters, and senior leadership, command and control headquarters and intelligence centers, Radwan force compounds and staging areas, rocket and missile launchers, launch teams and firepower units, drone facilities associated with Hezbollah's Unit 127, naval unit infrastructure, weapons warehouses, ammunition depots, and weapons production sites, tunnels, tunnel shafts, and underground command complexes, border observation posts and combat positions, vehicles allegedly transporting fighters or weapons, Hamas personnel and infrastructure operating inside Lebanon, Hezbollah's Al Manar media facilities, and Al Qard Al Hassan financial branches, which Israel described as part of Hezbollah's institutional network. The IDF says it struck more than 12,500 Hezbollah-associated targets during Operation Northern Arrows, including command centers, weapon storage sites, launchers, and military infrastructure. That figure is an Israeli military count and has not been independently audited target by target. A recent example was the June 2026 destruction of a claimed 200-meter Hezbollah tunnel in Madal Zun, which Israel said contained weapons and launch equipment. Israel strikes and ground demolitions have affected southern border villages, the Nabateh and Tyre regions, the Bekaa Valley and areas around Baalbek, Beirut's southern suburbs, especially Dehai, individual sites in central Beirut, and other urban areas. So in January 2026, for example, Israel announced strikes on alleged Hezbollah and Hamas infrastructure in Hamara, Ain el Tineh, Kafar Hatta, and Anan. In June, it struck apartments or facilities in Dahea after Hezbollah fired into Israel. Civilian and specially protected objects also struck and destroyed. Independent investigations have documented Israeli attacks or demolitions affecting residential homes and apartment buildings, entire sections of villages, hospitals, clinics, ambulances, and civil defense centers, journalists and media accommodation, UNIFIL peacekeepers and positions, mosques, churches, and cemeteries, schools, including a school serving people with disabilities, roads, bridges, parks, and football fields, water networks, wells and pumps, agricultural land, orchards and livelihoods, civil financial branches associated with Hezbollah supporters. WHO recorded 137 attacks affecting healthcare in Lebanon between October 2023 and November 2024, with 226 health workers or patients killed and 199 injured. 15 of Lebanon's 153 hospitals had ceased operating or were only partially functioning by November 2024. Human Rights Watch documented apparent unlawful or deliberate attacks involving journalists, medics, peacekeepers, civilians, and civilian objects. One October 2024 strike on journalists staying at the Hasbeya Village Resort killed 3 journalists. HRW concluded that it was most likely a deliberate attack on civilians and an apparent war crime. Destruction of villages and homes. Amnesty International satellite analysis counted 10,803 structures severely damaged or destroyed along Lebanon's southern border between late September 2024 and January 2025. In Yaron, Deira, and Bustain, more than 70% of buildings were destroyed. 7 additional municipalities lost more than half their structures. Amnesty documented homes, mosques, cemeteries, roads, parks, football pitches, and agricultural land destroyed with airstrikes, manually placed explosives, and bulldozers, sometimes while Israeli forces controlled the area and active combat was absent. The IDF says many civilian-looking buildings contained weapons, tunnels, entrances, command rooms, or launch positions. That is demonstrably true in at least some documented locations, but the existence of military material in some homes does not independently justify the destruction of thousands of unrelated structures, and Amnesty found that demolition frequently extended far beyond the sites Israel had publicly marked as Hezbollah positions. The destruction has continued into 2026. Reuters reported that more than half of Zatar al Garbier had been destroyed, while the UN human rights chief recently demanded an end to Israeli home demolitions in occupied southern Lebanon and warned that some may constitute war crimes. Yeah, I mean, Israel is continuing the similar type of campaign in Lebanon, right? Which surely the international courts are going to have something to say about of whether or not the behavior is righteous, well within international law. All right.
Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star. But again, this level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for his...
How do we know this? How does Dave know this has nothing to do with Hezbollah, right? That's another question here. So Hezbollah is responsible for deliberate and indiscriminate attacks on civilians during the 2006 Lebanon War. Hezbollah fired thousands of unguided rockets towards Israeli cities and towns. Human Rights Watch documented attacks on homes, hospitals, schools, and businesses, concluding that some strikes deliberately targeted civilians and others were inherently indiscriminate. Hezbollah rockets killed 43 civilians and 12 Israeli soldiers during the conflict. Some rockets contained thousands of metal ball bearings designed to maximize injury to human bodies. Similar conduct occurred between 2023 and 2024. Hezbollah fired thousands of projectiles into northern Israel. At least 30 civilians were killed during the wider hostilities. Human Rights Watch found that attacks in late 2024 killed at least 15 civilians, and that Hezbollah failed to take adequate precautions to provide effective warnings. Israel's unlawful attacks on Lebanese civilians do not legally or morally excuse, of course, Hezbollah's attacks on Israeli civilians. The 1983 Beirut bombings. The United States holds Hezbollah and Iranian-backed militants connected to it responsible for the April 1983 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which killed 63 people. The October 1983 bombing of U.S. Marine barracks, which killed 241 American service members. The simultaneous attack on the French barracks, which killed 58 French paratroopers. Kidnapping, torture, and murder of hostages. Hezbollah-linked groups kidnapped numerous Westerners in Lebanon during the 1980s, including journalists, diplomats, clergy, and intelligence personnel. Victims were held for years, threatened, beaten, or tortured. Some were murdered. Among the best-known victims were journalist Terry Anderson and CIA station chief William Buckley, who was tortured and later died in captivity. Attribution sometimes concerns Hezbollah-linked clandestine groups rather than publicly acknowledged Hezbollah units, but the connection is widely accepted by Western intelligence and specialist scholarships. Bombing the AMIA Jewish Community Center. In 1994, a bomb destroyed the AMIA Jewish community center in Buenos Aires, killing 85 people and injuring hundreds. Argentina's highest criminal court concluded in 2024 that the bombing was carried out by Hezbollah pursuant to an Iranian political and strategic plan, and classified it as a crime against humanity. Iran and Hezbollah deny responsibility, and the principal suspects have not been brought to trial in Argentina. Participation in starvation, sieges, and forced displacement in Syria. Hezbollah intervened extensively to preserve Bashar al-Assad's government during the Syrian civil war. Its forces participated in sieges and operations that inflicted devastating harm on civilians. At Madea, Syrian government forces and Hezbollah allies besieged approximately 40,000 people. Residents survived on leaves, salt, and water while food and medicine were obstructed. Amnesty International reported that government and Hezbollah forces burned agricultural fields, targeted civilians, and helped impose a surrender or starve strategy associated with forced displacement and crimes against humanity. Assassinations, armed takeover of parts of Beirut. And what did Dave say about Hezbollah? Did I lose my... All right, we've burned through the first headset. I need to make sure. Someone said Pangburn is... Oh, let me check something first. I want to make sure this is working still. Ooh. I need to disconnect this. Oh, man. I just had to reconnect a different headset. Okay. Maybe if I reload this. I need to zoom forward. Someone said, is the professor Dave Bridge burned? He said he said as much in a comment under his video. Yeah, it seems that way. Dave wanted to said he didn't want to work with me anymore. And that's too bad. We should be able to critique each other's work, tell each other when we feel we've gone too far or we're full of shit, and still be able to work together. But I don't. Yeah, that's my moral stance. Dave can have his. Okay, this is working now, but I need to make sure it's coming through here. Oh, I know what's going to happen. It's that same issue. I mean, Wait, was that all coming through for you guys? I just need to make sure. So annoying. No, it wasn't. Sorry.
Response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups...
So we are to believe that Hezbollah are the good guys. I need an update on what's been demonstrated with regards to Hezbollah's role in October 7th.
Groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star. But again, this level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge
Where's the evidence that this is just, destruction making way for Israeli expansion?
Chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you them.
Well, I'm going off of Dave's analogy of like Senator Palpatine and the Death Star on one side and Luke Skywalker and the other good guys on the other side. They're saying Hezbollah is on the other side, right? I don't think that's a straw man.
Themselves, if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
בוא נדבר על היום שאחרי המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לא פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי. אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית. אבל סתם, תדעו לכם, זה לא מצחיק. יש תוכנית עסקית. תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי אנשים הכי מקצועיים
Yeah, and also like Hezbollah Hezbollah praised the attack, the October 7th attack, as an event that exposed Israeli weakness and produced an earthquake in Israel, while insisting that its planning and execution were exclusively Palestinian. Hezbollah also said that it was in direct contact with Palestinian resistance leaders on the day of the attack. Hezbollah opened a supporting front on October 8th. Hezbollah's clearest direct role began the following day, October 8th, when it attacked Israeli military positions in the disputed Shabei Farms area, expressly describing the action as solidarity with Palestinians. It subsequently fired rockets, missiles, and drones into northern Israel and described the Lebanon front as a support front intended to assist Hamas and pressure Israel by diverting forces from Gaza. Yeah, so they jumped on board and supported Hamas a day after the massacre. So how does that make Hezbollah on the other side, on the Luke Skywalker side, to play off Dave's analogy?
יש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ, לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, ואני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת. אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק, איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי הקרקע אחר כך בעזה, אבל עכשיו לא בצחוק. את שלב ההריסה, שהוא תמיד השלב הראשון בהתחדשות העירונית עשינו, עכשיו צריך לבנות, זה הרבה יותר זול.
It's not funny. There's a business plan. Thanks to Trump, the real estate mogul, cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth, it's gonna be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, First, you demolish everything. That's always the first phase. If people are already living there, kill them by the hundreds of thousands if you want. What's the difference? They're not chosen people like us. Murder them, displace them, whatever you have to do. Destroy absolutely everything in the region until not a single building is left standing. Then go in, clear the rubble, and build luxury condos or whatever the fuck you want. Easy peasy. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you...
Yeah, Trump's comments, and I can never tell if that idiot is joking or not, but his comments, about, creating this like new Gaza and these, there was some like AI video being circulated. I remember, that was awful. Another shit stain on the history of the United States of America leadership.
You understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort? Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing.
I want to see Dave's demonstration of this. Why does, this is a conspiracy theory, I think. They didn't care about the hostages. There was international involvement and help and negotiations, diplomacy related to the hostages. And this was all a big conspiracy to want to flatten the land and take it over.
There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused. In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they... Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort? Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials...
Yeah, this is extremism again. Not for a single second. Really? Not for a single second. Okay.
Officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages.
What's up, everyone? Still hanging in there? Yeah, sorry, Emil. I will stay further away from the microphone. Thanks for the feedback. I have a habit as a singer to be very close to the microphone. I'm checking some claims here. Apparently, Netanyahu rejects Hamas conditions for Israeli hostage deal. Israeli Prime Minister conditions in the war and release hostages that would include Israel's complete withdrawal and leaving Hamas. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the important part, Dave. Leaving Hamas in power in Gaza. You didn't vocalize
Not
that part.
for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused.
It wasn't just that. It was so that and Hamas gets to stay in power. That's why they refused, because Hamas was responsible for October 7th. Come on, Dave.
In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition.
from day one, you knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition. So that would have just been a conspiracy theory you thought must be the case, that you just believed. All right, I gotta go down to here. Yeah, how did you know this, Dave? That's the question.
Belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon
Gaza has not become Israel.
too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their do it to Lebanon, that still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition. Belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it.
That Gaza would become Israel. They would do it to Lebanon too. So Gaza hasn't become Israel. They haven't done it to Lebanon too. And yeah, so those two things haven't come true, but you're acting like they came true.
Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it. But
And oh, by the way, that's not why you were seemingly banned from X. I think it had to do with you like saying people should be go punch this person in the face, or people should be punched in the face, or whatever the violations. It wasn't because you were speaking just facts that the world could not handle, and that's why you were thrown off X. That's not what happened, Dave.
But if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war.
So we have been going for 36:43. So we're 36 minutes in to this intensive analysis. I think I'm going to break there for today. And we're going to pick this up tomorrow, or maybe even a bit more tonight. I actually think we'll continue tonight. So if you're around, come and hang out with me tonight. We will continue with this analysis. Thanks everyone who joined in. I really, really do appreciate you being here with me. And please make sure you're out there maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. Thanks everybody. I will return.